exactly 10, so we are fine. The rector, Alessandra, could not come this morning, and she's going to come in the afternoon because she had to go to Milan. So, sorry. Professor Stefano Cannicci, who is the vice president for the PhD at the University of Florence and a full professor of zoology at the University of Florence, is going to welcome on behalf of the rector.
Thank you, Georgia. I'm humbly representing the rector. As she said, she had a last minute like a call to Milan, so she said, again, welcome and sorry, but she'll probably be able to meet you all in the afternoon. So just a few words, as you may imagine. The only thing is really important to say that this is a very, very interesting topic for our university. We actually, as most of the Italian system, I will say, we have some issues related to supporting early career researchers. I'm just imagine, like I'm coming from abroad, so I know that abroad we have, for instance, a welcome money to get in and some facilitations related to other things. These things are not available in the Italian system, and also other issues will be related to the lack of internationality, for instance, of our system. So it's really important that we start this sort of discussion, this sort of interaction between different voices about the issues related to this. We really think that at the University of Florence that we need to be able to support the early career research, starting from PhD, I would say, which is my cup of tea in this particular university. So we really need to understand which are the best practice all over the world, which are the best practice in Europe, and try to find the way of supporting you as the career. I see there's a lot of young colleagues here, so especially welcome them. So very happy to host this. Thank to Professor Giovannetti and Professor Berti for organizing this workshop in our nice Aula Magna, and well, I wish you a nice stay in Florence and a fruitful workshop today. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefano, for the introduction. Beatrix, I think if you can say 2 words of welcome, and then we'll have Fulvio, and then you'll go back with the presentation instead of your presentation, please. No, we can, yeah. Go on.
A very good morning and a warm welcome to you all. It's an honor to be here, and I'm very sorry that I can't be there in person. I'm speaking to you on behalf of, first of all, the European University for Wellbeing as the Chief Development Officer there. Georgia and also Giorgia Giovannetti and Deborah Berti invited me to do that. And of course, Florence is the University of Florence, the founding member of our European University for Wellbeing. I'm also speaking as the chair of the 4U for All board, which is the group of universities, the community of practice of the 65 European University Alliances, plus the Seal of Excellence European Universities. And of course, this topic, as we've just heard, is crucial to all of us. How do we retain talent? How do we attract talent? How do we foster the various careers of talent, of the next generation of researchers, but probably not just only because the research and science competencies, as well as what we in Cologne call the scientific habitus, is also very important to be carried out into the world, especially in those times. I'll say a bit more about that. So a warm welcome to all of you. Thank you for the invitation. And over to you, Georgia.
Thank you, Beatrix. I didn't introduce you to the people which are here because I sort of assumed that everyone knew who you are. But she said something, Beatrix said something, but she didn't say she's professor of linguistics, of English linguistics at the University of Cologne, beside being vice rector for teaching at the University of Cologne and being the CDO, as she said, of Uniwell, as well as the elected chair of the 4U for All. So she has many roles, and this is very important because especially the interaction between the UniWell and the Forum for All means that she's really inside the European policy for development of joint degree, realization of joint degree, realization of connecting research with degrees and all these kind of things. So thanks, Beatrix. And I think, Fulvio, the floor is yours for the welcome. Yeah, if you want.
Oui.
Yeah, as you like. Or here.
Okay. Dear Stefano, dear colleagues and friends, first let me thank Deborah and Georgia for organizing this timely workshop under the UniWell's support. In my brief introduction, I would like to share with you some insights from a recent mutual learning exercise on attracting and supporting early career researchers that was promoted by the European Commission and involved 16 member states. The mutual learning exercise highlighted 4 major challenges that directly impact early career researchers. First of all, we see persistent career precarity. Many talented early career researchers work on successive short-term contracts with uncertain prospects. Under these conditions, they are led to become risk-averse, prioritizing safe short-term projects over high-risk research that could lead to breakthrough discoveries. Thus, although inadvertently, we are training researchers to think small. Compounding this, it was recognized that assessment systems remain narrow. Evaluation criteria stay overly focused on bibliometry, often neglecting teaching, mentoring, collaboration, and societal impact. This narrow focus undervalues researchers whose strengths lie in the full breadth of academic contributions. The involved member states all recognized that even though common frameworks like the European Charter for Researchers exist from 20 years now, their implementation remains uneven. Researcher careers paths differ between countries and even between institutions, undermining the level playing field that is needed for a truly seamless European research area. Finally, everyone agreed that insufficient resources undermine reform efforts. Even well-intentioned reforms falter when universities lack resources for competitive salaries, long-term contracts, and career development. Despite these challenges, the mutual learning exercise also offered some encouraging examples of innovative solutions already being tested and proven effective, and we will hear more about them later today. For instance, in Spain, the new university law limits fixed-term positions and expands tenure-track roles, providing more predictable career paths for early career researchers. The German Research Foundation now requires narrative CVs for grants, shifting focus from publication counts to work substance and impact. The Netherlands Recognition and Rewards Program broadens evaluation criteria to value teaching, teamwork, and outreach alongside research quality. Poland promoted embedding of charter principles by tying funding to adoption. Belgium introduced 80% tax exemptions for universities employing researchers. Austria and Estonia use performance agreements between government and universities, supplementing core funding with research career development incentives. From this landscape of policy options, it emerged that universities and university alliances have crucial roles in translating policies into practice. The University of Florence, which showed a commitment to the human resources strategy for researchers, is an example of how institutions can lead, creating supportive environments to attract and retain talents. European university alliances like UniWell are especially well positioned to pilot innovative approaches by sharing practices across borders, pooling resources, and creating new mobility opportunities for early career researchers. In conclusion, supporting early career researchers requires more than good intentions. It demands coordinated action at all levels. The mutual learning exercise showed that a rich policy toolkit already exists. Each country can choose the tools that best fit its context to build a supportive career ecosystem, thus strengthening Europe's position as a global hub for talent and innovation. The question before us today is not whether we can create attractive research careers in Europe. The question is whether we have the determination to turn aspiration into action. The future of European research depends on our collective answer. As the saying goes, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fulvio, for this nice welcome, also getting inside the topics which we are going to deal with for the whole day today. And as I did with Beatrix, I'm also going to give you some hints of who Fulvio is so that you make up your mind already when he spoke. But now I'm going to tell you how many things Fulvio has done. Fulvio is an emeritus professor of parasitology, if I'm hopefully correct, at the University of Camerino. And he has something interesting because at the moment he's an expert, Italian expert in the OECD, in the Ministry of University, in the European Commission, and so on and so forth, on subjects related to researchers and research, and member and chair of several working groups. Before that, however, so now he's coordinating a lot of this group, but before that he has a different life, and his different life was in Africa. And in Africa, he spent several years, and he had many PhD students, which he coordinated. He was the supervisor or something. And it's very, very important because most of these people that he supervised are apparently now leading scientists in Africa. And I think that's very important because one of the main things we want to do also as European alliances and his university is also the outreach, and that is to have a relationship with Africa. I think is particularly important because that's where we can also make a real difference. So thank you, Fulvio. And I think now I'll give the word to Deborah for the start of the conference.
Yeah. Thank you, Giorgia. Thank you, Fulvio and Beatrix and Stefano for the welcome speech. I think Stefano has now another commitment to leave. And I have to say that many people outside Florence show their interest for this workshop. That's why Georgia, she did all the work, I have to say. I have to recognize that I was a bit absent here. And therefore, we set up the streaming. And this probably, they told us, look, if you are going to stream this workshop, nobody then will show up. I mean, very few people will show up because people, they like to sit at their desk and watch the streaming. So this was a risk why we wanted to reach, as many people as possible, and that's why we did that. And I'm happy to see that within the academic community in Florence, a lot of young people are in the audience, and this is for you. Actually, it has a twofold, let's say, scope, this workshop. One is for you, because you have to know, I mean, how is it like outside Italy? What are we doing now in Florence right now? I mean, to help you to shape your career and to help you to make the best choice for your future, for your career path. On the other side, it's a precious opportunity for Georgia, me, and all the people who are there to share experiences. So this is so in the Uniwell Alliance, which is so important to us for our university, because it really helps shape our policy and strategic plan in many, let's say, transversal aspects. So I'm very happy that when I joined the board of the university already, Georgia had done so much of work on this alliance. And so it's very important that we are here in this mutual learning group that Fulvio was mentioned. Fulvio is many other things, like he works a lot on research security, which is also a theme that it's deeply, I would say, twinned with the openness of research. FAIRS is another paradigm that people are now using to define how research should be. So let me tell you a few words. First, thanks Stefano. Ciao Stefano, grazie mille. So it's a great pleasure to welcome today. So we are a bit 10 minutes in advance, so that's why I'm talking, because of course, I mean, if there are some questions from the audience, this is the time for Fulvio, Beatrix, and Georgia as well. But I would like to say you that we thought when we organized this workshop to split it in two parts. First of all, it's what we called comparative panel, because in this comparative panel, we will try to give a partial, of course, overview of national incentives and European initiatives from the Dutch recognition program to the Max Weber in Spain or to the German reforms. And also we will have a look also beyond Europe with the last intervention. I will try to wrap up a bit and to tell what we are doing within our university. While in the afternoon, we will have a round table chaired by Georgia, which will allow us to take, let's say, a more forward-looking perspective. What can institutions actually do to build a virtuous research ecosystem, and how we can work together across countries and across sectors. And this is, I would say, it's kind of provocative today, say, across borders, across sectors, because of course, across borders, we are living right now in a moment. I'm a physical chemist, I have to disclose, so I have nothing to do with international or affairs or something like that, but I have to say that it's a very difficult moment. I think 10 years ago, we couldn't think about living in such a world. The world has changed a lot in this, and so now also, international borders, doing research across borders, it's becoming a challenge that we have to balance with national security issues. Just yesterday, we were working together with Georgia to help a lady from Iran to get a visa to do the PhD here within a European doctoral network. And I mean, this was kind of an issue there. And we understand the reason beyond, but it's something like it's a bit outside our way of thinking. And this is also, food for thought for another workshop, maybe with Fulvio. So let's say that I'm convinced that this day will help us identify not only common challenges, but also opportunities for cooperation. And Fulvio already mentioned the human resources strategy, and the University of Florence is a proud, member of this group, and we will have the site visit in November, so we are very nervous about that, but also anxious, this was a really good exercise for us, and we will explain a bit what it is to the audience there. I think it's the University of Florence, as far as and also UniWell, are very committed within this path to share common practices and work together. We would like to see us as a lab of good practices, the University of Florence, and we would like to devise innovative models for training, assessment, and career development. We were talking before about the importance of doing research not on mainstream path, because I read the paper a few days ago about how the tenure-track system in the USA is really, shaping research topics, because people are encouraged to go mainstream. You have to go mainstream to publish, being cited, especially in bibliometric fields, and therefore, niche research, which is possibly much more important than mainstream one, is really, neglected there. And this, on the medium-long term, can have a massive impact on the development. And of the reason I'm an editor of a journal from Elsevier, so I know the importance of publishing, and so I'm not neglecting that. But sometimes we have to ask ourselves, why do we publish? What is the reason? Why do we publish? Okay? We publish because we are paid by public money, by taxpayers, me, you, most of the research that we do, and so we have to give back. Our research must be open, fair to the public, and we must contribute to human progress. So we have, let's say, to give back to the taxpayer. It's a deal that we make. So we don't publish for our own career, or we should not publish. But I'm not blaming you, young researchers. I'm not blaming you. It's the system. I don't think you are, brought to think like that. You have to publish to finish the PhD. Otherwise, if you don't have 3-4 publications, nobody will give you a PhD, or then apply a postdoc. So I think this is really, also at the heart of the questions how to be attractive for young researchers. We have to create an ecosystem where these aspects, the social, I would say, responsibility of researchers, but also why do we do this work? Why do we have to publish, to disseminate is important? These are like the core questions we have to answer. And also, why is it important to have a good life-work balance? Not to become, as a colleague of mine says, lab monkeys. Okay, that's the expression, more or less. So, I think even if we are 5 minutes in advance, we can start. So it's my pleasure to introduce you Dr. Stefan Patrick first. Sorry. Patrick first. So I think Patrick, because she has to leave. Sorry, you already told me that, so it's okay, Peter, we swap. Okay, and I think Beatrix needs no introduction at this stage because she also opened and Georgia was already introducing her. So Beatrix, please, I think you have to share your slides. Yeah, okay.
Yes, thank you, Deborah, and thank you for those words. Also for, again, organizing this very important workshop meeting with this crucial topic that is, I think, dear to all of us. And I say a bit more about my background there as well of what I've been doing. So now let's see what I get with this screen sharing. I haven't been doing this for quite some time. Show my screen. So now I have, oh, wow. This is weird. Do you see any slides? Probably not, right?
We see you many times, but
yeah, I see myself.
if now you go on the
several times
slides, if you say share my screen and then you go on the full screen and then you go on the slides, you will.
I should work, you think? Okay, so 20 times me, that's.
Go on the slides with the pointer.
Yeah, like that. Do you see anything now?
No, do you want to send them to me, to my mail, and I will just project from here?
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'll try that.
Yeah,
which windows are you sharing? Because choose window.
Ah, okay. It
And if you have the
here.
slides open.
I can't do anything. Well, let me see. I probably sent them to you. I knew this would be. I should have practiced this before because.
Yeah, Google Meet can be a bit.
Can be a bit, you mean? Yes.
Now I've lost.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you have to say the window where you. Me lo rimette qui lo schermo che mi pare
I know.
chiuso
I have to
qualcosa.
say the window, but I can't see that, so that's the problem.
Non si vede più.
Never mind. I probably start without them then. That's a bit annoying.
Say choose window. Are you going to send it to me or are you going to say choose window?
No, I'm going to send it to you now, but it might take just a bit, so.
Otherwise, if you want.
Never mind, we are early on the schedule.
I like your. Well, okay, we should have.
Graham, we hope you learn.
But you never know to me.
Sometimes
To me, it's also a
know.
bit
It worked
unpredictable.
It worked before, so.
It worked before, so
That's
it's
weird.
unpredictable.
Thank you for saying this, Deborah. That's very kind of you. It's typical female. Female can't do with technical parts, but that's not true because I'm quite okay usually with this. So Georgia, it should be in your
you send it.
mailbox.
Let me see.
Yeah.
No?
Oh, it's coming. Should be there.
Yeah, maybe it takes a while.
Yeah.
I did send it, so. No?
They're saying if you can send it to the chat here in Google Meet, maybe arrives before.
Yeah. So you can't see any slides now, right?
No.
And I cannot do anything, so that's really weird.
Can you send it in the chat here?
Yeah, I try. But I have sent it to you just now, so
Yeah, but it's not arrived.
had not arrived. Okay. So we give ourselves one more minute, and otherwise I do it without the slides and just say a few things.
No.
I can just send a message and can't send slides or can't send files with this chat. So I need permission there as well, I think. But I did send it, Georgia, so it should be in your...
Yeah, let's see. Quel pomeriggio ce lo facciamo andare. Non ce l'ho io qui.
Udo, kannst du mal kommen?
Spam?
Altro.
Mir läuft der Schwein.
No.
Here.
Eccola, here.
It is.
Okay, perfect.
No, aspetta però. Sì, adesso dobbiamo farlo noi però.
Mettilo qua, guarda.
No, ma dobbiamo prima shararlo. Aspetta.
Vai.
Yeah, no, but we have to share it, no? Otherwise she doesn't see it. Well, anyway.
Don't worry, I can just...
Okay.
I know, I can
So you tell
follow the
me.
slide.
Okay.
I know where I am.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah.
So you can see my slides? Yes.
Yeah?
Very good. So what I wanted to say, first of
Non
all...
serve. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll be fast now and try to be very, thought-provoking and entertaining. So that
But Beatrix, we are perfectly on time, so no hurries.
But
Okay.
Still,
Yeah.
But still, with all this mess, thank you for your patience and for allowing me to do this. So, Professor Esposito already mentioned quite a very few or many points that are crucial to us now of course, at the University of Cologne, and also of what we would like to do in the European University for Wellbeing, because in those times, attracting and supporting early career researchers and mapping the ecosystem, the research ecosystem, is of crucial importance. And in UniWell, we say that what we like to do is combining well-being with excellence and excellence with well-being. So attracting the best researchers, the best next generation colleagues who would like to stay at university, but also whom we provide with the best conditions to be able to do that, and at the same time provide them with a career path that might also be multidimensional and diversified. I think that's very important. You mentioned the DFG new roles of, for example, providing narrative CVs as opposed to just relying on age indices and so on. This is one of the developments that one of the many developments in Germany, I would say, that we at the University of Cologne also now try to incorporate, try to look at, try to see how we do this. In addition, we also have various forms of career path below the professorial level, so that with that we see ourselves working as a team of people with different expertise, and it's the focus on expertise, I think, that is very important here. So I agree, we need this rich policy toolkit also on a European level without being too Eurocentric. This is also something that we keep saying. You mentioned another point, and that is the directionality. Deborah, you mentioned that as well, that suddenly, it seems that we can only get third-party funding if we work on particular topics that are, no doubt about that, crucial to the European Union, crucial to our world. And still, I fully believe in the fact that research is free. And this is my message to the next generation of researchers. Please do what you like to do and what you want to do, for which you just burn because you have seen that there is a research desideratum that there is a research question. I would like to say I have been leading, in my former position at Heidelberg University, a graduate school in the social sciences and the humanities. So I'm an adamant promoter of structured PhDs and also of working within teams and groups and graduate schools, because they're the research environment, the environment for cooperation and co-creation is just important. So my point is, and you'll see this now as we go through these few slides I've got, is that we have to combine deep collaboration, deep connection, and deep thinking now in those times to preserve the human spirit there and to combine excellence and well-being. And now let's look at how become more actionable now, and would like to show you how, or would like to give you some examples how we do this at the University of Cologne, because Georgia asked me to talk about that a bit. And then you will also see how this feeds into what we are doing in Uniwell. So much of this is already working within the European University for Wellbeing and is influenced by it and the other way around. So Georgia, if you would now like to go to the second slide, which talks about micro-credentials and micro-degrees, because what I would like to do just very briefly is that my view is we should really start with the students and the next generation of students in our MA and BA programs, and start with inspiring our dear students with the spirit of the science and research competencies. In Cologne, in our teaching mission, we call this the scientific habitus. And what we are currently doing is we are further developing our offers of learning experience through micro-credentials and micro-degrees, which we think is the more flexible form of learning. And we think, and our law now in Germany, the legislature is changing towards micro-credentialing and also will give us the opportunity to create micro-degrees. Why am I saying this? And Georgia, if you'd like to go to the next slide, because we think that in addition to classic study programs where we have our modules, where we define our competencies and so on, we think that we have a very ambitious and also curious body of students who would like to do more and who are already currently doing more and who are curious to learn more about various fields. And since micro-credentials and smaller learning experiences offer a more flexible pathway and an additional pathway, we'd like to really focus on this. And we think that this increases flexibility, allows the creations of types of curricula, where you can like pick and choose, like in a menu, and this will be the future. Some companies are already moving from a degree-based evaluation to a skills and competencies-based evaluation. And this, I believe, has a huge impact also on how the next generation of researchers will be equipped for their positions, be it in university and research positions, but also outside, because let's face this, other companies, big companies, if we look at AI, the research is taking place outside of universities. I'm, of course, exaggerating a bit to keep a discussion also at stake here. So micro-credentials, they allow existing learners to deepen their competencies and explore new topics and see what they need, also what future and relevant competencies look like. So this is the continuous further education on the one hand, but this might also bring to light students and next generation researchers in a different way. And that's why I'm saying here, allows the targeting of new groups of learners, including international students and experienced professionals. And in a cooperation in our alliance, like the European University for Wellbeing, we can then also share resources and also offer these, as we are already doing in our course catalog, in different ways, and bring different cohorts of students together who then might say, we'd like to work work on a particular topic, which also increases new generation of knowledge. Let's move on to the next slide, because there I just give two examples of how we do this. What we want to do is that we want to work on in addition to traditional study programs, we'll have the University of Cologne research micro degree with a fundamentals approach, which is the equivalent of 9 ECTS. I'm just saying this here, although we're not counting in ECTS, more in competencies, frameworks, but just so that you have an idea. And once somebody has done this, you can work towards a micro degree as well that is then more advanced, with a focus on research and science competencies. I'll say a bit more in a minute about that. So this is a highly scalable kind of micro degree to attract new talents as well, and also to allow students and learners in general to get deeper into a particular topic, into metadisciplinary skills and competencies. Next slide, Georgia. So here you see that by extending the offering in both directions, also learners in general, we can attract talent into the talent pipeline, so into the research careers very, very early on. And we can make interesting offers like summer school for advanced researchers as well, who would like to meet on very specific topics in their areas as well, and give honors and awards for them. As you know, I know this also especially from the Dutch system, with their honors and award programs, where they say, we have so diversified careers and needs and expertise, and these have to be honored. This is a way to do this. And this will then give the next generation of students and also of researchers also a portfolio of different skills, so that this just precarious way of how universities' careers are sometimes is not just a trap, but will be becoming more of an opportunity, in the sense that competencies are acquired. Let's move on. So through this, to summarize just a bit, we can then spark interest by offering a low threshold entryway into science and research beyond the traditional study programs, attract talent through offering interesting extracurricular learning experiences, leading to these credentials, identify and nurture talent by focusing on those who have progressed through the fundamentals program, and support those who want to explore or enter a research career track by offering these additional learning experiences. And this closes also, and this is also very important, competencies gaps, especially for early career researchers. And this is based on, so in one of our focal areas, and let's move on to the 7th slide, Georgia, thank you. This is the research comp, which we have modified for the University of Cologne. Some of you might have seen this, the European Competence Framework for Researchers, which I particularly like because it shows, I wouldn't say for the very first time, but it shows and operationalizes on the next level what research and science competencies include, like managing research, making an impact, self-management, doing research, which also then helps all of us, and I include myself here, definitely all of us, to say, okay, where is it that also in those times of AI, and some of you know I've worked extensively on this as well, what it means now in those times, how AI and well-being, for example, go together, and what AI means for research, in research, and what AI research means here. So we could also include here the AI framework, and then say, what does AI mean in relation to doing research, in relation to managing research, in relation to making an impact? The point here is, however, that with this competency framework, you can systematically, build up your competencies on various levels, because they have also, with these focal areas, various levels that are described, and relate this also to what we call the R0 phase, referring to bachelor's and master's. And this serves as our foundation to describe, assess, and foster science and research competencies across the whole phase from R0 to R4. So this is something I wanted to say, just to highlight, how early we would like to start from now on with a very specific and targeted program. 3 more slides, and then I'm done. So can you go through slide 8, please, Georgia? Now, the University of Cologne has what it's called the Albertus Magnus Center. Albertus Magnus, very important as an interdisciplinary scholar, very relevant to the University of Cologne, medieval scholar. And this is the meta-disciplinary hub, I would say, for career development for early and mid-career researchers, with a focus on service, counseling, and career development. It's the central hub for information, advice, support, and continuous development for these interdisciplinary competencies. It's a joint endeavor of all the 6 faculties that our universities has. And it's the meeting point for all interested in pursuing doctoral studies, as well as doctoral candidates, postdocs, junior professors, and so on. And it serves as a network to connect discipline-wide graduate schools in place in all faculties. And it is the, I would say, center, the heart for career development, where we then offer many of the areas to advance, let's say, research competencies, to advance your communication skills, and so on. So this is the central hub of the university in a metadisciplinary way, but really interacting with the faculties and the disciplines, and especially the graduate schools that each of the faculties has. Let's move on to 9. So we have the support structures then at the University of Cologne for the early and mid-career researchers, support and information services, some here. Perhaps I should highlight transfer activities here. Gateway is our hub for founding startups. So they are, for example, skilling and training with all the competencies needed to create your own enterprise. And then, of course, a welcome center for international students with regard to training. You have here the examples of what we do. And then, of course, mentoring and coaching. There's a huge focus on diversity aspects, especially for female doctoral candidates, how to plan your career, how to create this, on the one hand, these huge scientific strive towards excellence and publishing, and of course also planning your career, which is even more difficult if you have an interdisciplinary topic, and at the same time being, for example, a mother, being in caregiving, and so on. So these are areas there, the mentoring and coaching, but both combining the scientific coaching and so on, and mentoring with those areas that, are definitely part of our life as well. Yes, and let's move on to this final slide. So the outlook is this is also something we are striving for right now, to leverage the full potential both of the critical mass, all these wonderful people we've got, to become even more attractive also within our European and other corporations, especially within Uniwell, that we enable early independence and collaboration through this deep co-creation, also seed fundings, and so on. Also to have, for example, interim ways of supporting researchers in various different parts of their careers, advancing structures, scouting to find and attract talent. This is the new way. A program of scouting should be developed. And then what I am adamant about, I should say, strengthening competencies in the way I've explained it before, for the various career tracks, to address future needs. And AI is one of these very, very important areas which we are currently building up as well. And that's it. Thank you very much for your patience and for your attention. Thank you. So it worked.
So let's thank again Beatrix. The start was a bit bumpy, but it went very, very well, I have to say, and really, really interesting overview. So let me take this occasion before asking for some questions or comments there. May I call Stefan Penders and Maria Selena Corbalan Garcia on the stage? Professor Marimon is already here. Yes, so I will now open the floor for questions or comments on that. Yes, please, can you, yeah, maybe we need the mic. It's there probably, maybe introduce yourself.
Good morning, thank you very much. I'm Nidia, I'm a postdoc at the University of Firenze. Thank you for the nice presentation. So I have a question regarding the micro-credentials and the micro-degrees. So this system is envisioned to promote that even researchers that we have already received a degree as a PhD, we still can get these micro-credentials, so we can still increase these and I don't know, to make it count on our CV.
Yeah. So the reason why we want to do this, I mean, it's an obvious fact that, you know, everybody is just doing further education anyway, in addition to your master's and bachelor's, because we see that anyway. You do an additional course at Harvard, for example, to get more information about machine learning and so on. And we think that and this holds true for Florence and other universities as well, each university has their strength as well in various research areas, and we'd like to put those also into learning experiences that showcase these, and at the same time also use those to further develop, for example, multidisciplinary competencies, like the parts from the research and science comp, you know, that focus on make an impact, for example, or that I intensify your knowledge in digital education and also in AI. So this is exactly what it is. You would get a certificate, but in the format of a micro degree, which is stackable and which compiles various learning experiences, which are then credentialed on a particular topic, on a particular method, whatever it is, you name it. This is the idea behind that.
Yep. Thank you so much, Beatrix. Other questions or comments? So, can I, or you are in a hurry, Beatrix? Can I ask you something?
It's okay.
No, I was thinking about this Albertus Magnus Center you were mentioning, which is a joint effort of the different faculties. So, meaning that is faculty-based, or is a central? Let's say it's central body. So I was thinking it would be really interesting. I knew about the center, about how it works on a daily basis. Meaning, is it bottom up or top down? Like it's like I'm a young professor, and then I go there to ask for advice, or it's like organization courses, so welcome training, something like that.
It's both. That's a very good question. It's both. So it's a structured and a governance system, centrally organized with also personnel, organizing this, arranging for this in these three different pillars I have mentioned. So service, career counseling, and also, career development. And with that, we have different courses, as you said, so just course offerings that come back again and again on the various topics that are needed with regard to career development and so on. But also at the same time, and I've done that myself for Cologne as well, there is, for example, a very interesting kind of mentorship scheme where I was asked from somebody totally outside my field to mentor that particular woman during her research career, because I'm part of this pool, because I volunteered to be part of this pool to act as a mentor. And then I was asked, could you do this? So I had like 4 to 5 sessions with her in the course of a year, and we are still in touch, so that I could, just share my experience doing various things, of course, in research. So it's actually both, but it's the university's commitment as a central institution. This is how we support metadisciplinary skills. This is where we support, centrally speaking, the next generation of researchers for all these career areas. So it's both.
Yeah.
It has a lot of courses offered, and we're further developing this now. But yes, this is what it is.
And how old is this center?
It has been around, it was funded first in the Second Excellence Initiative. So it's already, I would say, 10 years old now, and it's further developing now.
Yeah.
So with all the needs that we have now, with also the challenges that were elaborated on before.
So there is a question from the floor. Chiara Carabiglia from Politecnico Torino. One of our speakers this afternoon. You sparked a lot of interest, Beatrix.
No.
Yes, good morning, and thank you very much, Beatrix. I would like, if possible, to have some information. If you could share the experience of German experience and of your university with the narrative CV. And if thank you.
I think we are only at the beginning there, so testing it out. And of course, it's a very disciplinary thing. It's not, I would say, done, not yet done in all of the disciplines, and faculties and so on, to be a valid and also, let's say, determining way of how you evaluate the candidate, because, of course, there's a huge, as you see, the University of Cologne is a comprehensive university with a medical faculty and also the faculty for the humanities and social sciences. So there's of course, this is a development, and that we have to go through. Some have tried this now also with regard to looking at the potential of a candidate. So I know that the ERC and others are discussing this as well: past, performance, future, risk, potential, and so on. How do you evaluate this? So we are in the process of doing this, of trying to evaluate, and also within Uniwell also to find still criteria of what this narrative CV could look like, because otherwise it becomes very difficult to evaluate. I don't have to tell you, I think. So this is something that we are still at the very early stages, but I can see, and this courses, I can also say there's huge debates, because now, the university at the one hand has to show up. On the other hand, people have to leave their comfort zones, as you know, and people have to leave, practices that have been around for a very long time and that have led to various selection processes. The most important part, and this has to stay, and I think we all have to take care of this, is academic excellence in the selection process. But I do think what we haven't done exactly, also not in my field, to now, I would say, taking care of the recent developments, is what does excellence mean for all of us? For me, excellence is both a quality and a principle. And operationalizing this into a narrative CV to then extract academic excellence is not easy. So I think this would be a very interesting point to discuss. What does that mean? How do we do this in the future? How do we do this? And I'm a linguist, Georgia said this, so of course I'm familiar with narratives and how narratives are framed and how they are framed in literature, what a narrative is, what a story is. So how do we do this? Can we also have perhaps some criteria, some frameworks that would help us? And this is what Quara is doing, what some of the workshops are doing there, the working groups. So I'd love to work on this also, to consolidate a bit that just writing long texts is not so worthy as just writing down your age index. I will have to say this as somebody from the humanities as well. I'll stop there.
Okay.
So we are at the beginning.
Thank you
We are
so
at the
much,
beginning.
Beatrix. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, I don't see any hands raised. Okay, so thank you again. Thank you. Let's thank again,
Well,
Beth.
thank you, my friends.
It was
in
really
Florence,
interesting.
My dear friends.
Okay.
And
So,
I see some other colleagues from Uniwell, so big hugs to you and have a great conference. And then I see you very soon, I guess, in Cologne to celebrate Uniwell. Sorry, I had to say this, but
yeah, yeah. Ciao, Beatrix. Have a nice day.
Ciao,
Very
ciao.
nice day.
Ciao. Bye.
Yeah.
Ciao.
We are perfectly on time. No, more or less, I think, on time. Yeah, more or less on time. So I think it's, the moment to introduce Stefan Penders. Okay. Yeah. You send the slide?
He has the slides.
He has the slides?
He has the slides,
okay,
but...
Yeah, the usual moment of...
Questo dovrebbe farle venire dalla
Yeah,
regia.
so, yeah?
Quello della regia.
Yeah, maybe I start introducing you. Okay.
Also, we are closing.
So, first of all, thank you so much, Stefan, for having accepted his invitation. Stefan Penders is from the Netherlands. He has a PhD in ancient history, right? Okay, yeah. And he joined the Dutch Research Council, NWO, in 2020. While there, he worked within the talent program and gained first-hand experience in this practical implementation of recognition and award program. So I think that already in the introduction from Fulvio and also in Beatrix's speech, this recognition was mentioned. So I guess that we are all very curious to listen firsthand from Stefan what this means, so your experience, how long this has been going on, and that's it. Are we?
Yeah, it's just that somehow Beatrix closed the call, and I want to. Graham was there.
Okay. Yeah.
But I don't see
I
the
think
word.
because she was co-organizing in the attempt to.
Yeah, but I also. The guy should put the slides. The guy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So
I'll go.
No, I'll go.
He should be the one putting the slides.
Yes. Test. We'll take a moment to admire the scenery. Desktop? I didn't see it. One up, yeah, that's it. Found it. Tell you which next slide, or can I do it now?
You can do it yourself.
No, whatever's comfortable for you.
Yeah, maybe that's better if you do it.
So, good morning, everyone. Today I would like to talk to you about our recognition and awards program in the Netherlands. This is going to be a little bit more maybe abstract, high over than Beatrix's talk. We're not dealing with one university, we're dealing with a lot of different universities, science funders, etc. In the first part, I just want to tell you a little bit about what recognition and rewards is, what it entails, what we're trying to do. And then the second part of my presentation, I would like to zoom in a little bit more about our connections with early career researchers and how recognition and rewards impacts them. I was already introduced, but just quickly, I work as a policy advisor for Universities of the Netherlands, which is the Association for Universities in the Netherlands. No surprises there. Why do we need a change in our system of recognition and rewards? We demand quite a lot from academics, as you yourself can probably vouch for as well. We want them to excel in research, cutting-edge research, innovative research, interdisciplinary research, and that also has to be published in high-ranking, impactful journals. But beyond that, we also want academics to take on teaching tasks, develop themselves in teaching. We want them to have societal impact, to work with societal partners. We want them to take managerial tasks on, act as leaders, lead teams. And this is beyond the sort of generic humdrum of academic life, taking part in editorial boards, sitting in assessment committees, etc. What we actually reward, though, is very much narrower than what we expect. What we reward is research, and when we do reward research, it is solely focused on a quantitative assessment framework. How many publications? What is your H-index? What is your impact factor? We wanted to change that, and with we, I mean the Dutch universities, university medical centers, the Dutch science funding agencies, and the Royal Netherlands Society for Arts and Letters, if I have remembered that in the English translation correctly, but the Dutch Royal Academy. We published a position paper in 2019 listing 5 ambitions that we wanted to change in Dutch academia. 1, diversifying and vitalizing academic career paths, meaning that academic careers will always revolve around research to some extent, but we should allow the opportunity to academics to also have different specializations. For example, to have a specialization towards teaching or societal impact, and to be awarded for that specialization. Secondly, we wanted to achieve a balance between the individual and the collective. We often still assess academics in a sort of individual vacuum, whereas we should be perhaps moving towards a more team science-oriented approach to assessing academics and seeing them in their environment, working in a team, working in a department. Thirdly, we want to shift from quantity to quality, moving away from the number of publications and the H-indexes towards a more qualitative approach of assessing your research quality, your impact on society. One clear example here is that we've introduced the narrative CV format with at our science funders, and many of our most important research grants now use narrative CVs for candidates. Fourthly, we want to stimulate academic leadership. This is a key value. Academics are not magically good leaders. They need time and space to develop into leaders. And we want to create that space and that development. And fifthly, we want to stimulate open science in all of its aspects, not just open access publishing, but participatory research practices, data sharing, open infrastructures, etc. How are we going to do all of this? We have a bunch of guiding principles that sort of inform all of our work in the country. Firstly, this is a culture change, and a culture change is difficult. It cannot be limited to just introducing new HR policies. We need to change the hearts and minds of actual scholars and academics. Naturally, that also takes a lot of time, which is also something we keep having to emphasize. One single program in the Netherlands is not going to change a global academic system that has been building up for the last few decades. This is a long process, and we need to go for a slow but steady pace of change. Thirdly, and I think personally the most important guiding principle, we need to talk to academics about all of this, because too often I think we have the tendency to reform at academics instead of working with academics. That also means listening to critics and taking their concerns seriously. Fourthly, sharing good practices, being transparent. We have a bunch of different stakeholders, and as you may know, not universities in general might be a bit reticent in sharing failures. We want to create an open environment where everyone feels comfortable to share successes, but also things that maybe didn't work so well within this program. We want to create a balance between having each university do their own thing, but also still moving forward in the same direction. And last but not least, good leadership is not just an ambition, it's also a key practical tool to implementing change. We need the right people in the right positions to actually make the culture change a real thing. Now, apologies for this absolutely bewildering slide, but this was just to show you how it actually works in practice. We have a national level. There we go.
Yeah, this one, if you want to point.
Perfect. We have a national level where stakeholders from all the various representatives that are taking part in this program are in a steering group that sets the course for the national program. Below that, we have a local level where each university and each science funding agency that's taking part has their own recognition and awards committee that is responsible for implementing those 5 ambitions that I was talking about on the local level. This seems very hierarchical, but thankfully, this is a real dialogue. The national level listens to what's happening on the local level and sets the strategy accordingly. And a new addition to all of this is the COARA national chapter. For those of you who don't know what COARA is, the Coalition on Advancing Research Assessment. It's a big European network that is trying to do many of the similar things that we're trying to do with recognition and rewards and other examples across Europe. We have a national chapter now. We're lagging behind Italy, which already had a national chapter well before us. And that COARA national chapter is also hopefully going to help us in trying to get what we're doing in the Netherlands, giving that a wider European stage and a chance to also cooperate and exchange ideas with European partners. Now, that was the general bit about what recognition and rewards actually entails. I want to now zoom in a little bit about the early career academics and how we're trying to approach them. Firstly, I think this slide probably will have no surprises for anyone here in the audience, but I thought it was a good idea to maybe just give a brief overview of what it is like to be a PhD, a postdoc, or an assistant professor in the Netherlands. Like many other places across Europe, we have seen a steady rise in the number of PhDs and postdocs over the last 20-25 years. The training for PhDs, the doctoral assessment, very much, almost exclusively research focus. You get your PhD through a set of articles or a monograph, but there's very little space for other forms of training or development. There's precarity in funding and employment. Again, unfortunately, no surprises there probably for many. It is especially between the ending of the PhD and attaining an assistant professorship. That's quite a precarious period for a lot of early career academics, that postdoc phase. And an additional complicating factor is that PhDs can have different statuses in the Netherlands. Some of them are fully employed at their university. Others come in with external grant funding and have a slightly different position. Those who are fully employed often get teaching responsibilities, sometimes even some light managerial work, so a chance to develop, whereas those coming in with external grant funding often do not teach, which already creates a kind of disparity between PhDs. Last but not least, and this is more for the assistant professors among us, there is no jus promovendi for assistant or associate professors. Generally speaking, only full professors can take on official supervision duties for PhDs. Assistant and associate professors can act in a more secondary role next to a full professor, but this also has a potential to limit your ability to develop leadership skills if you're not officially allowed to supervise PhDs. I should also mention, by the way, this is changing. Some Dutch universities are opening up the jus promovendi to extend further down the academic ladder. So, reaching early career academics, what have we been doing? We've had a discussion from the beginning of recognition and rewards to what extent we should involve early career academics. And since a lot of our work has been focusing on changing academic careers, a lot of the discussions really focused on assistant professor and up. This is not to say that we've been ignoring early academic careers, early career academics, sorry, but that the focus of the program maybe has been a little bit more on the assistant and associate professor level. Last year, we launched a culture barometer. A big survey, thousands of participants across Dutch academia. We got some 8,000 responses back, a nice through-cut of all different layers of Dutch academia, disciplines, etc. And what we discovered there was that we have clearly not been as successful as we wanted in reaching the early career academics. On the left here, you see pointer works, but on the left you see a graph from the survey results. Unfortunately, it's in Dutch, but hoogleraar is full professor, universitair hoofddocent below that means associate professor, onderzoeker, researchers, including postdocs, and the last category, promovendus, PhDs. Now, as you may have surmised, the dark green bit means intimate, detailed knowledge of recognition and rewards, and the black bit means little to no knowledge about recognition and rewards. And the numbers for early career academics, for the researchers, including postdocs and PhDs, are not as good as we would like them to be. There's a positive side, there's an explanation and a positive side to this. The explanation is that this group, of course, is also a very international group, and it is perhaps not very realistic to expect a Chinese PhD coming in with external funding or a Canadian postdoc coming in, that they are highly familiar with Dutch research reform programs. Still, having said that, this is a challenge and a priority for us to now put in additional means to reach these groups. And the positive aspect was that when we asked these same groups, do you actually support these 5 ambitions, there were high levels of support for what we were actually trying to do. So even though the brand recognition, so to speak, was not very high, there was a lot of support for what we are actually trying to implement. As I said, we have put in new efforts to reach early career academics, and one of the first steps was to invite them to the steering board. We have PhD associations, postdoc associations, and assistant professor associations. They are now all part of our steering board to set the national strategy and to have a seat at the table and talk with all of the other organizations taking part in this program and set the strategy for the long term. And a more practical thing that came from this is that our PhD association, together with our Young Academy, is now working on a project to open up the doctoral assessment framework. It's still very early days, it's still essays and thinking and what should a PhD look like. But my personal hope, at least, is that this will lead to some actual change in moving away from a purely research-focused PhD towards a perhaps different flavors of PhD training, so to speak. I've spoken to a lot of early career academics throughout my time with the Recognition and Rewards, and they mention I came across 2 challenges that returned again and again, and I wanted to mention them today as well as a potential food for thought and discussion here for the rest of the day. One of the main challenges I saw again and again when talking about diversifying academic careers, creating more space for specialization, for different kind of, for different work, for focusing on open science in your work, for focusing on teaching or societal impact or leadership. A lot of positive response from the early career academics, but also a comma and a but. A lot of young researchers were very positive about this. Oh, I would love to have a developing career that sort of has this opportunity for me to specialize in different fields. But there are already so many demands placed upon us as early career academics. We already have to do so much to just get a foothold in in academia, do we now have to be good at everything? In Dutch, there's an idiom, a five-legged sheep, an impossible animal, or in this case, someone who's impossibly perfect at everything. And there's a real fear among Dutch early career academics that now that we've opened up academic careers and we're allowing all of these different opportunities to specialize, that they will now have to be good at everything. This is very clearly not what we're trying to do, but I feel that it's a very urgent fear that they have. There's also, I think, I've called it mind the gap. There's a difference between how we train our PhDs and what we now expect from academics. Again, we're opening up academic careers, but we're still training PhDs in a very traditional framework. And I think there's a real mismatch. It's not maybe the right word, but we should be very conscious of that gap that we're creating by diversifying academic careers, but not training our PhDs to link up with that in a sort of one-to-one way. And for my almost last slide, a second challenge. One problem was that we have to be perfect at everything. The other concern was mobility. We're offering new opportunities for academics to develop themselves. And here I've posted on the right-hand side, you see an example from Maastricht University, how they've changed their career structure. And Maastricht scholars will have to show their competencies in the fields of core values and of core activities. Maastricht still expects all of its scholars to be good at research and to some extent to be good at teaching. But there's also now an elective component. Each scholar can now choose a specific field that they want to specialize in, and they will also be assessed on that. This is, of course, I think, a highly positive development, but it also means that there might be a mismatch to what's happening elsewhere. On a national level, each Dutch university has a slightly different take on this, and that could create a potential mismatch between specializations. I think a bigger problem is what's happening internationally. I've been hearing from early career researchers, I would love to be able to focus on societal impact and really build up a career in that. But what if I want to get a position in Italy or Germany or the UK, where they still care about, for example, H-indexes, impact factors, number of publications? I'm not saying, by the way, I don't want to drag Italy through the mud. It was just an example. But I think there's a real fear that this can hamper international mobility. Change is afoot. Things are changing on the European level. We already heard some examples from Beatrix's talk. We've had DORA already 12 years ago, I think, calling for different ways of assessing research. We've had a bunch of national initiatives. We're not the only ones. There's lots of things happening. Scandinavia, Ireland, the UK. We now have QARA on a European level. The EUA, the European University Association, has published key principles for more attractive academic careers. The ERA policies want to create more space for attractive research careers. Things are happening on Europe that make this concern hopefully a thing of the past. But that is going to take time and effort, and that's also why it's really important that we have these kinds of international meetings to talk and discuss. Moving to my last slide. These are some lessons learned from our program. They're fairly general, but some of them maybe apply to early career researchers more than others. And I would say the ones that are really important for early career researchers: listen to concerns and give them space at the table. Early career researchers should be involved in reform efforts because they're the scientific leaders of tomorrow. We need them to be on board with this reform effort if we want it to be a fundamental culture change. That said, as I just mentioned, it's important that we keep having these conversations, not just on a national but on a European level. Let's move together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stefan. And yeah, for keeping also excellent timing. And
25 minutes.
Yeah, exactly 25 minutes. I don't know how you did that, but you managed. Yeah, so just looking at the audience for comments or questions, the audience and also the stage. please.
Thank you for the very interesting presentation. I am Mattia Dimitri and I'm a researcher. I'm a third year of research activity, so I'm not so young in a PhD. I already finished my activity. And I would say it's very interesting how you highlight the problem of recognition. I think all of you did it this morning, especially the fact that we are focused on publishing and of course focused on NHD index. But in my field, because I'm in bioengineering field, I usually work with clinicians. I usually have to go through the long path of approval of clinic approval for study in experimental environment. So at the third year of my research, for example, because I want to do a real impact in society, I had to still collect the research information, so the experimental data, before arriving to a very good publication. So I just, for example, in my specific situation, I have just a few papers that they don't really impact yet the society, but I prefer to wait to arrive to a real impact at the end of my 3 years of research. But who knows what will happen in the future, if I will be able to valorize my position, my research, or not. So thank you very much, because it's very interesting, this part of conversation with the institution and everything. So I think it's very useful also for the new PhD students that can also understand how can be really valorized the future research.
Thank you. You want to reply?
No, yes and no. Yeah, no, I fully agree. It's important to allow the space to actually focus on societal impact. That takes time, that takes effort. And I think also you mentioned it takes a lot of time, for example, to get approval. That can be an entire process that you have to go through. There should be a recognition for those kinds of tasks as well, and that they take time, and that it's not just the final product, but the entire road towards that final product that we should take into account when evaluating what researchers have done and how they've spent their time.
I think that this is very much connected to what we were saying before about narrative CVs. So I don't know, it's like, I mean, you must be able to tell, how impact. And if possible, I would like to share an experience of mine, because I was an external assessor for a promotion at RMIT, which is a university based in Melbourne. So this was last spring. I had to write a report, and this was a promotion from assistant to full professorship, so it was quite high, let's say, in the scale. And there, I think it's a local rule of that university, not a national law. They have like 3 main chapters. The first one, they call it engagement. And engagement means internal engagement, external engagement, and scholarly engagement. Okay, so it's like what you do. And then this is compulsory. So they have to produce a narrative CV on what they have done there, both as the service to the local university outside, which mean what we call third mission, like citizen science, whatever, dissemination for the large public, and then scholarly, like if they are editor or organize conferences or, something like that. Then they have education, and then they have research. But these 2 are not compulsory, meaning that you can choose one of the 2, or you can choose like a balance, indicating like 20% research, 80% training. And apparently it works very well, but the striking thing for me is that engagement is compulsory. So the one that in Italy as well, it's like, what we disregard in a way more, because we are like, research, education, and as we say, I guess this is a very nice, let's say, scheme, because it also, for me, if I have to comment on what you were showing about Maastricht University, it's even too, I don't know, it looks a bit tight that you have all these subtitles, subchapters there, and as you were saying, how can I export this you know. And again, it's very much connected with the narrative CV, the ability to tell how good you were in this or this. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think it's also important to note that this is just an example. Of course, in reality, this is a very schematic way of presenting it, but in reality, of course, in practice, it's maybe a little less just ticking boxes, but more of a sort of integrated approach where all of A, B, and C come together. But having said that, yes, we want to avoid that people become trapped in a specialization, because that can also be like a horizontal trap, right? What if you specialize in societal impact at Maastricht University, but at some point you decide, I think I like teaching more. I want to specialize in teaching. And then so we have to keep the systems need to be kept open, and narrative CVs are a way of creating that openness.
Yeah, thank you very much. Ramon. Yeah, maybe.
You have to switch on the mic. No, you have to switch on. Yeah.
Push? Okay, sorry. I think you heard me before, no? Yeah. Okay. We had Brexit, and then I was expecting that some things that were happening in UK might translate more to continental EU. I mean, and we saw, for example, in the financial sector, the Dutch countries took advantage a lot of that. And I was expecting that something similar will happen with universities. As a matter of fact, our sons went to England, but now, probably after Brexit, will have not gone. And I always thought that the Netherlands was an ideal place to take the lead. I have some of my former PhDs and postdocs there. And one thing they tell me that's happening lately is much more demanding for Dutch as a language, even if they were higher in English and everything. Do you see this as a problem?
Yes, this is this, I have to say, is also a political development that there's a new law in place that demands a much higher rate of Dutch language education in higher education, which means that basically for all scholars who want to teach in the Netherlands, that they will have to at least have a functioning level of Dutch. So this is this is another thing that will hamper international mobility, I think, but this is also partially out of university control, because they were very much against this new law. So hopefully in the future we will have how shall I put it? The pendulum will swing back a little bit towards the use of English, but this is, I think the universities would like that, but it is what it is.
Yeah, thank you so much, Stefan. This was really interesting and new for me, I have to say. Now it's time to introduce the next speaker. The next speaker is Maria Senena Corbalan Garcia from the University of Murcia. Senena is professor of biochemistry and molecular biology at the University of Murcia. So she's kind of close to my research field also, but she's currently holds the position of Vice Rector for Research at the same university with a long previous experience of service as Vice Rector for internalization and research. And she also led the application, the successful inclusion of the University of Murcia in the Alliance Uniwell. And therefore, I mean, let me give the floor to Senena without further. Yeah, you come here, yes. Yeah.
So before starting my presentation, I would like to thank Deborah and Georgia for inviting me, because I mean, when I read the program, I was really very excited. But as far as we are just advancing in the morning, so I see it's even better. So it's becoming really very good. So previously we have seen some examples from the German and the Dutch models. So my duty today is showing you a little bit about the Spanish system and why these two new science and technology law and the university system law are helping us to go ahead in this attracting and supporting early career researchers. So maybe this. So why the reform in Spain is the first question that we had to do. And the two laws that were involving science and universities were quite old. So the science and technology law was from 2011, and the universities law was from 2001. So that means that the panorama, even in the European system, was changing already a lot. And really, the country needs like a new framework to follow and be able to work, not only in the early career researchers, but also in the science and the research and university system. So the situation is pretty much always the same problem. Early career researchers are facing precarity, no clear career pathways. In Spain, it was even worse. And also the assessment, it was based in the traditional indicators, as mentioned before, impact factors and the X index mainly. So because of that, we try, I mean, the Spanish system tried to put an order into the research field, or the research system, and also the university system, and with the mainly aim of reducing this precariousness and provide at least a clear career pathway for early researchers and academics. So just one slide to show the changes, the big changes of the Science and Technology and Innovation Law that was published in 2022. So, but it was really, I mean, concerning career pathway, was really setting the step to have a career. So in the research system, even if you are going to the public research institute or normal research, regional research institute, and also universities, because the system is quite complex. For university, you have one rules. For the research institute, you have another rules, and it was really quite complicated. So 3 main points that you can see in the slide is that the law was improving the employment and stability. Why? Because it was really defining what a predoctoral contract is, the working conditions, the salaries, the timing, and so on. So that was providing our young researchers, the person that is deciding to follow that career, either in the academy or in a research center. So what's the path, the number of years, and what are you expected to have at the end? So also, we didn't have before a tenure track postdoctoral position, so they opened the possibility to have between 3 and 6 years. You have a tenure track, similar tenure track program that was really very inspiring and also providing another step for the people that wants to go on research or academy. And also, you all know that there is not only one pathway. I mean, there are many research projects that need technical people, need researchers to contribute to the system and to develop the program. So they said that also an open-ended scientific technical contract that before was something that very undefined and not very properly covered by the law. So that means that in the second block, they also work a lot just to set that the career development and funding. Why? Because the government prepared like a R3 recognition. It's called R3 because it's the consolidation step as defined in the HRS4R. So that means that the national agency is responsible for providing this accreditation, and in your career, you can get that accreditation that is certifying that you fulfill all the indicators that they evaluate there. So also something really very important is that the law was forcing to reserve a 25% in the research centers. When you open the positions in the center, is reserved for the people that already got this R3 accreditation. So those vacancies mandatory had to be covered by these researchers. So that means that you have like a very strong evaluation, it's very highly competitive, so they are always looking for excellence, but at least you have the opportunity that the law is mandatory over the university centers and so on, and they oblige for the research centers to reserve this 25% of vacancies. And that, of course, as a consequence, is already building like a more clear and stable career path. In the third block, you see that also there are many funded programs just stimulated by the law or encouraged by the law to bring foreign talent to Spain, also to make all the foreign Spanish people that were abroad, just bringing them back to the country, and also encourage mobility, not only internationally at that level, also between the business and industry from the academy and the research centers. So that was facilitating a lot. These three blocks were facilitating a lot and set the backstage for just building a better career. And at least when one decides to go for this career, you know that it's going to be difficult, it's going to be tough, but at least you see an end and you know the situation a little bit more clear. So concerning the law for universities is more or less the same situation. This law was published in 2023, so you can imagine that both laws were being written and discussed almost at the same time. And again, I mean, the two ministries were really combined just to provide and strengthen in this career path ahead for the university system also. So everything in the research law is mandatory also for universities, and you see there that the restructure of the academic ladder include already for the university 3 phases. One is the incorporation, so how you join the university, that can be through different pathways. After you have a consolidation step, and finally your promotion when you go for civil servant. So the different positions that the law was providing in this new version, I mean, they still leave the civil servants, which is the associate professor or full professors, but those are the last step that you can get. But in between and before, you get many different contracts that allow you to go on the academic career. So you do your pre-dot, and after you can just, once you get your PhD, you can get a position as an assistant professor. After that, you get your consolidation with a permanent position as professor, and afterward, you can stay there forever. So, but if you want to promote, you have the opportunity to get your accreditation and participate when the university opens a position for associate or full professor. So that means also that from the very beginning, you see a pathway and you see opportunities there. Again, for universities, the R3 accreditation, so is considered also by our national and regional accreditation agencies. So the law was fixing also that we need to evaluate or accreditate the person or individuals in an external way, just to avoid any doubt that the system is transparent and is all the rules are applied similarly and equally. ANECA is mandatory by law. That has to be the national accreditation agency. Also, for the regional assistance, so if they do have regional accreditation agencies, it's also allowed. That means that the situation complicates a little bit because ANECA had to combine or collaborate with the regional agencies just to be homogeneous. Otherwise, you would have differences in the application of the scales. And also, the law is obliging universities, in this case, to reserve 50% of the open positions and vacancies that you open every year, so had to be reserved for those special programs, I mean, with the R3 accreditation, that are the Ramón y Cajal, Juan de la Cierva, and several ones. So if you belong to one of those programs and you get your R3 accreditation, you can go and apply for those positions. The university cannot use them for any other purpose. So that's really very good. And you lose them if you don't use it. So this is helping just to bring all the young researchers into the career, in the academic career. And also, as I mentioned before, I mean, everything was done properly, but the law was in charge of regulating all the access to the academic career, just to have a homogeneous situation or behavior in general for all the universities. Although you can find several situations on differences because of the university autonomy, but the law was trying to homogenize again all these public calls. So I joining the two laws, probably it's kind of difficult to see in detail the whole situation in Spain, but the idea that I want to show is that we have many opportunities. Okay, so there is not only one path. In here you can see on the top of the slide the 4 stages in your career and the different names that the European Commission is naming. And after, below, you can see, I don't have a pointer, but you can see the example of the University of Murcia. Oh, can I point?
Not so.
No. Well, I will explain it by voice. So on the top, afterward, you can see the logo of the University of Murcia. So you see different positions that are funded by the university. So you can see that we have a call for predoctoral positions. So we open every year 20 positions that are funded by our own program. We also have an encouraging program for Ramón y Cajal system, because as a university, we saw a very huge advantage in this 50% long time ago, and we already, are recruiting every year between 10 and 12 persons from these programs. So you can see also that from the research funding, we also make use of this new open-ended research contract, both at the predoctoral and the postdoctoral level, and of course, the classical teaching positions. So you can see that after your PhD, you can just get an assistant professor. After, you can pass permanent professor, and finally, you can end up being civil servants if the university opened the position, once you are accredited, to associate professor or to full professor. But it's not the unique situation. So you can see that if you make use of all the European funding, the university also recruit those candidates. Why? Because we recruit Marie Curie, both for the doctoral network and for the co-fund, and also the different stages of the ERC. So you have another way to enter into the system, and everything is communicated. So as far as we get one of those talents into the university, we provide them with the help to go for the accreditation, for the national accreditation, and as far as they are accredited, we try to open a position for them to promote and stabilize the work. So the national government, you can see that there is a huge palette of opportunities. So you have from the doctoral contract, also you have all the consolidation, Ramón y Cajal, Beatriz Galindo, and a try at the different levels of the career, and we always do the same. So our policy is just attracting people and facilitate them their consolidation and their stabilization. So you see that the Biomedical Institute is the one below the national agency. also did in parallel, like the national agency did the same thing with the same programs. So programs to do your PhD in the biomedical field. After that, you had the Sara Borrell and Miguel Selvet that are quite similar to a young postdoc and the Ramón y Cajal. And Rio Ortega and Juan Rodés are for the clinician. Let's don't forget that the clinicians during, at least in Spain, there was like a disalignment, so they were concentrated a lot in the clinician and doing very little research because they were not incentivized, and now we have quite a problem. So now those programs are trying to encourage them to go back to the strong research also beside the clinics. And also the CSIC, which is one of the, it's the most important research institution collecting a lot of institutes, also has many positions, and you can see there. So they have their own call for the predoctoral position, and after you have científico titular, which is similar to the assistant professor at the university, you can be after a civil servant, being the similar to the associate professor, and the third one is professor de investigación, which is similar to the full professor. So that means that even if you are not successful in academy, because there are no positions to open in a moment, you can also make your career in those research centers, the public research centers or regional research centers. And also, I forgot to mention the pathway in the industry. You can enter to the industry at any time and go back from the industry to the university or the research center. So the situation in general, so the last thing that I would like to show here is just the regional situation. So our regional government also financed the predoctoral positions, 25 every year, and they just opened a couple of years ago a new talent attraction program. It's called Saavedra Fajardo. It's in the middle because a little bit, they have a starting pack, it's like a Ramón y Cajal, but they have a very substantial starting pack, almost 200,000 euros, and it's quite attracting, a very good people. And the same thing that with the other programs. So we try to provide them with the possibility to stay in the academy as far as we can. So that's the general situation in Spain, but besides the two laws, we have more drivers and more points or elements that are facilitating the change in Spain. And those are the role of the evaluation agencies, that is crucial. Also, COARA, the reform for research assessment, and the human resources strategy for researchers. So to me, are three elements that in Spain are really making huge differences in the research and in the academic system. Why? Because for the HRS4R, they are helping us as an institution to implement all the European Charter and Code with the great dimension that this means. It's not just ticking boxes in a paper that you are filling. This implies that you are really making a huge transformation in your institution, because you have to interconnect most of the units that are behind the policy or the steering board, and everyone has to be combined with the other and working in a coordination way that is really very, very good for the institution, and it's been really very encouraging. Why? Because everything had to set that to bring researchers to the institution, and also to facilitate at the maximum in their careers. So in that case, you need human resources, you need the internationalization, you need the teaching, you need education, you need the teaching staff, research, and all the units that can be, involved in the process. And it's really a very encouraging idea and process that enrich a lot the institution. So the other is the reform for research assessment. You all know that in Spain, we were a very highly quantitative system because of the tradition that we have. And it's true that this quantitative system in Spain was helping us to position, or to get our position into Europe. But it's true that, like every system, you at the end find some difficulties to really evaluate the work of our actual researchers. And because of that, Spain is becoming very conscious that we had to join and work to improve this reform of the research assessment. And QARA is the tool that the European Commission provides us just to do that. Just going a little bit to give you an idea. So concerning the research assessment in Spain is concentrated in the national agencies. So these three are responsible to evaluate people, projects, universities, and give the accreditations at the different levels. But it's true that the three of them are already conscious and doing the movement just to incorporate the reform of the research assessment. So ANECA, for example, for the accreditation, also for the evaluation of the 6-year period of research for civil servants, is changing the scales and taking into account the DORA and QARA principles. The State Research Agency, which is responsible for the R3 accreditation and also for funding the research and evaluating institutions, excellent institutions, it aligns also with DORA. They didn't sign QARA, but when you see the scales are pretty similar, are taking into account the reform, the reform of research assessment. And of course, the Biomedical Institute, Instituto de Salud Carlos III, is also a signer of QARA and DORA, and they are including also changing their way of evaluating, making a real change in the impact that the biomedical science is, the biomedical research is doing into the system and how it impacts into the patients and society. So they are really doing a great effort there too. So the regional agencies are the same thing. It's a complicated part because you had to almost 14 different regional agencies that are responsible for evaluating, but look at the paragraph that I left there on your left. We probably are thinking that would complicate a lot the system, and it is, but they are able to consider something that the agreement is telling us, and is considering the regional and the local situation of every person that is going to be evaluated. So that means that in a regional accreditation agency, let's say Catalonia, Andalusia, or whatever, so you have experts that probably are able to evaluate better than a national panel about the regional situation and why this has a social impact and so on. So something that probably could be seen like a complex system, once you get your accreditation, as far as it's compatible with the national system, you can do with your accreditation whatever you want. But it's dividing the work and decentralizing the evaluation work. Because this is something that maybe after we can discuss, and I like it very much for the Stefan situation that he was mentioning. One of the main problems in Spain is that you had to evaluate a lot of people, while in your system is the university or the departments that are responsible. So the volume or the level is, somehow very different. And we are run out of resources in that case. So this is something that we had to take into account, and also looking at it as an advantage just to apply the reform. Just one slide to show the situation for the strategy for researchers in Spain. So Spain have more than 200 institutions that already joined to the strategy. And the good thing is that it's not only one type of institution. So you can find there, when you see the analysis, the data, you can see universities, also the CSIC, the Carlos III Regional Foundation, Health Research Center. All the community is really concerned, and everybody is working in the strategy. And these help us to embed all the European ideas and all the culture that we really want to share. I mean, concerning the way of recruit people, of course, the gender equality, inclusion, and all researchers' well-being, responsible research and innovation, how to train and career development, and the mobility and international initiatives. So these help us to align with the European scenario in a way that is really very, very precise. And finally, I would just show how is Spain doing in the research assessment reform and QARA. So you can see there the last data that I have. 95 institutions has already signed QARA. And we also founded a national chapter Spain. 84 of them are participating in this national chapter. I won't repeat again the 4 main commitments for the QARA because we all know of them, but I would say that we are really very proud about the work in the national chapter Spain. Why? For those that are not familiar with that, when we were helping to redact the reform, I mean the agreement for the reform of the research assessment, many countries like Italy, Spain, France, Portugal, Greece were seeing that we were really very, very far away from the Dutch system. Even though we would like to be there, we were really very, very far at that moment and said, well, probably if QARA provides us with a tool or an environment that we can work the reform in our own countries with the different institutions and the variety, we would be able to handle this in a better way just to approach to the ideal system. And that's why the steering board at the very beginning said that the idea of the national chapter. And because of that, because in Spain we were really very worried just to try to align to this new evaluation system, so we founded our national chapter, and at the moment is coordinated by 4 of the institutions. I mean, ANECA is coordinating the chapter, CSIC, also the Biomedical Institute Carlos III, and CRUE, representing the Spanish universities, is also coordinating that. So we start recruiting people, and you can see the data over there. So 60% of the institutions are universities. I mean, nothing extreme because, I mean, all over Europe, around 65 or 70% of the science or research is provided by universities. And also you can see that the research center, 14%, and very important, the 16% correspond to the accreditation agencies. Most of the accreditation agencies are also participating in the national chapter. And one more thing that I would like to remark is that from the very beginning, we were really very conscious of recruiting everybody. So when something is new, some people is reluctant or has some doubts how in their institution is going to be handled and so on. So we decided to open the participation also to institutions that were not signing QARA. So even if you, in Spain, if you didn't sign QARA, so you can join our national chapter and participate in the 4 working groups that we set up. So the way that we have been working during the last 1.5 years is like that. So we divided our objectives in 4 blocks. So here you see 3 because the working group 1 and 2 that are dealing with the methodologies and criteria, of course, due to the concept, are pulled together. After we have a 3rd group that is working in the multi and interdisciplinarity. The fourth one is working in awareness and training actions. Just to be brief, I just remark 2 points because we have been mapping the situation in Spain. And surprisingly for us, I mean, the institutions are doing a lot. And I had to mention that this movement for institutions being ahead and trying pilot projects is because the accreditation institutions already did the first step. So ANECA very, very early on change the scales, not only for the evaluation of the 6-year research period, but also for the civil servant accreditation. And also the national or state agency was changing also the way of evaluating, introducing the narrative CV into the application for the funding and for many other calls that they had. So that was the trigger for us to say, okay, if the accreditation agencies and evaluation agencies are doing the movement, we can try to start pilot projects at the university or at my research institutes or so on. And this was really very, very important. So what we had seen, I mean, I left the Senodo ID in the slide. You can see there the DOI, because we publish it in Senodo, so the report for the mapping. So you can see the whole document there, and you can see that the institutions, surprisingly, are moving and not leaving the metric, the impact factor and X index or citation, but introducing in their scale many other indicators that are recommended in the different systems. So also, I mean, many institutions are already, for their own calls, introducing the narrative CVs, and this is also very important. And the most important thing is that at the institutional level, we are setting up very different type of working groups, recruiting, as Stefan was mentioning before. I mean, all the players in the field. Because if you want to change your scale for the open positions in your university, you need to have even the unions with you. And in our case, we did that. I mean, we faced the change in the associate professor, I mean, assistant professor, which is the younger postdoc, and to change the scale, we make like a huge working group, including also the union, representative of the young researchers, I mean, of course, representatives of the teaching staff, researchers, and so on. So it was like a huge panel, but at the end, looks like we end up with a consensus, and we have a new scale that now we are testing in the new positions that we are opening. So, and the same thing we did with the rest of the call that we have from our own programs. And at the moment, we are in the phase that we are running already about 1 year in most of them, and now we are facing just the evaluation and testing the system. So multi and interdisciplinarity is quite difficult, as is the consensus. I mean, they have explored everything done at the different level of institution, and it's quite difficult. And the awareness and training action, still we need, I mean, we see that they are important, but there is a huge variety. But of course, the training action models had to be worked a lot on them, because those are key also just to implement those new evaluations. So if you don't train the evaluators, so it's also a big risk. Key challenges in the three blocks or working groups, you can see. So still, we see some reluctancy to adopt the new system, mainly probably because of the unknown, and you don't know the end results. So I'm pretty sure that once we evaluate how the pilot projects are being working, probably we will be building more trust just to recruit more people. The interdisciplinarity is something that we need really to work pretty much, because, I mean, the criteria, there is no consensus yet to really evaluate those. For the awareness and training, I mean, it's like a gap because we don't cover everything. So probably you can find institutions that are doing a lot already in the reform, but others that are not doing anything yet. So Spain is quite big, quite variety. There's a big variety there, and still we need to expand and be more transparent in the communication. And conclusions, I will finish the conclusions. I mean, with the first question or the title of the talk, is it the right way? So the science technology university system in Spain, is it the right way? So I will start with the strength because I am always positive.
We noticed that.
I am always positive, and I use whatever I have. So, so I think both laws were a turning point for early career researchers in Spain and are helping a lot the institutions that are really believing on that and want to make a change. For the people, for the early career researchers, I think now in Spain they have a clear ladder. Still, they have an assessment that now consider, in most of the places, consider more than the impact factor and the age index. The stability, the lawsuit is indicating is mandatory, so you cannot have more than 80% of temporary contracts. So you have to do or provide opportunities to your people. And of course, the main thing for me is that we are really now aligning with Europe, which is something that for a country like Spain is crucial, to be in line with Europe. And it would be naive if I end my talk with this. So I also have another conclusions with the challenges that we still need to face. So they are challenges, still challenges, but it's like when you are implementing something huge. I mean, you need to apply some action plan, and after you need to analyze and refocus, reanalyze, implement new things, and so on. So those are some of the issues that we already see that still need an attention and a change. And is, of course, the implementation. I mean, you have many universities, we have many regions, we have different ways of thinking, so it still is like an uneven system. Is it good or bad? I mean, everything depends. I mean, nothing has to be exactly the same. The only thing is that in many different ways, probably we can provide careers for the young researchers, and we don't have to have a unique system. But in any case, I mean, if we don't implement everything and all the laws at the same level, we can find some problems. Again, the low salaries. I mean, this is a funding problem. I think there are already certain areas where highly competitive salaries in industry are generating a brain drain from the universities. And now we have to think about how to solve that problem, because this is also very, very dangerous. And also, there is one step in the level, the R2 level, that I think still needs help. But mainly, I would say from the European Commission, to be honest. Why? Because if you want to make a real career as a researcher or academic, you need to go abroad. And if you need to go abroad in your R2 period, you had to find a work outside your country, probably. And this, to me, is still quite a challenge. I mean, not because of the language, but also to find a contract in another country. So this is something that we probably had to focus, but probably we could offer more international of those contracts could be a solution to promote that. As I mentioned, I mean, still we have places where the traditional metrics are still being applied, nothing about the new reform, so still we find those differences. And of course, as I mentioned before, the lack of infrastructure is also a problem. Evaluating in a qualitative system needs more time. And you have indicators, probably at the end we end up having tools and indicators, but you had to manage that. And when you had to evaluate thousands of people like happened in ANECA, it's impossible, to do it with the same resources that you have. So probably even institution needs like an implementation of infrastructure and people just to be able to do a proper evaluation. And that's all. I mean, just leave it there, just to think about it, and thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Senena, for the extensive overview. I think I'm now more confused. No, I'm kidding. It's because we think about Spain like a similar country to us, but it's not. It's very structured there, and as a chair, I think that we save the question time for afterwards, because we have some issues with streaming, so we have to finish up. So if you can stay here, and then we will take. So we are not moving from Spain, actually. This Ramon y Cajal program was already mentioned, so it's time to give the floor to our next speaker, who is Professor Ramon Marimon. He's Emeritus Professor of Economics at the European University Institute and at the Barcelona School of Economics, where he's also Research Professor and Research Associate. So Professor Marimon has an impressive academic track, but I have to say that from 2000 to 2002, he was Spain's Secretary of State for Science and Technology, and we can say that he's the father of this Ramon y Cajal program, which has been mentioned several times. So we are looking forward to hearing from Professor Marimon the case of Max Weber postdoctoral program and the Ramon y Cajal Fellowship. Please, Ramon.
Thank you. Yeah, it's good, this table, because many of the issues I've been discussing some issues that I've been concerned and somehow contributed. So we'll talk mostly about two postdoctoral programs that I started. And one is the Ramon y Cajal in the Ministry of Spain, and the other is the Max Weber program here in Fiesole in EUI. Can I move here? Good. So those are the two initiatives. And now is the 25th anniversary of the Ramon y Cajal, started in 2001. That's a decree of the 18th of April of 2001. And it was precisely designed to have an impact on the Spanish system. 25 years ago, some things were relatively different than now. So one thing was new was this Ministry of Science and Technology, and there was, I think, was a very good idea. Those were years of reform in Spain. It was the time of the Lisbon Treaty and all these things, and I was in charge of the whole, except for small pieces, research funding in Spain. That meant from defense research to pure math. And all the institutions involved, I mean, the universities are decentralized, but they are public universities, no, public institutions of research, like the CSIC and so on. It was also inside the Secretary of State what before had been the industry ministry. In this way, we had all the part of technology, and I think it was a good way to have coordination among these different things. One of the things, for example, parentheses, was at that time there were initiatives on the Mediterranean, so I had to organize ministries of the Mediterranean, and I won them all. I actually succeeded. All meant that I had Israel and Palestine. It took some problems to get the Palestinians through Tel Aviv airport, but they came. At that time, the University and Research Center in Palestine, in Gaza, was ahead of all but one country in that part of the Mediterranean, which was Israel, but they were very close to it. Particularly in computational science, were way, way ahead. That was 25 years ago. Close parentheses. So, and those are the intentions that we had to have this impact. And, well, these are the numbers. As you can see, we started with the big numbers, 770. This is a program of 5 years program. and co-founded. I will tell you more about this. Fortunately, I mean, this is one of the things that still exists. I mean, it went down in the number of people who will get it. Now, with with the Next Generation EU funding has been up again, and this also you can see it in funding. So it is had an impact. But the question is why we did it. As I said, there were many resources to handle, and we put priority in human resources, into improved human resources in research in Spain. I could have done something much simpler for me, which was just put it in the centers that I was president or whatever at that time, the CSIC and so on, and increase that. But I thought that was not the way to do it, because the system is much larger. The universities are very important for research, and it's a relatively decentralized system. So how do you have an impact on that? Not only that, but even then, it was clear that the system was aging, because Spain had, in the 70s, development of universities and so on, but those were aging. So I thought, okay, let's have a program which will be a postdoctoral program, fully open internationally. But then things were not that simple. For one thing is that we need to change the labor law to be able to have this kind of contract. But we succeeded in doing that. But the other is, if you want to have an impact, you have to do it counting with universities, in this case the regions and so on. So the way that we designed at the start the funding was, this is going to be 5 years. It's going to be evaluated by externals, and it's open in all the fields, and open to any university or research center, public or private, mostly public they were, at once. But the way we're going to do it was the first year will be fully funded by the ministry, but then it will decay, meaning the university hosting will take more and more part of the cost, in a way to avoid something that I see it happening here in Italy, it's happening in many places, that yes, there is a willingness to have open and other contracts, but at the end of the story, it's much cheaper to promote someone than to hire someone from abroad. So that scheme was designed in that way. And as you see, well, on one hand, I'm fairly proud that the whole thing is still existing. But it's important to understand not only that what you need is a well-designed, and actually that thing that came out in the official approval, okay, in the BOE, in the BOE Oficial del Estado, it took us like 22 versions of it to get it right, to make sure that everything was clean and glad. But not only that, I mean, it took all these discussions with the other regions and universities and so on. So, of course, people say, well, what you need was the funding. Fortunately, at that time, we had it. But funding on itself, thrown into the system, it's unlikely to succeed. So it was important it was important how you manage afterwards, and then go all the way to the impact. Have the goals been achieved? Well, I mean, I think partially yes and partially no. I think that it has been declared as excellence and has been cited here, and I can see a lot of people who had benefited from that. But still, what makes it all the way is still what? If I look at the map of Spanish universities, we are successful in attracting and recovering people from Spain, but also international. Actually, the first nationality which are not the Spanish are Italians, but that's not a surprise. But it's also true that still most of the public universities are not enough exposed to that. I mean, and then there have been complaints, which I understand, the people that thought that that was going to be, because it was designed exactly as actually was said now, this idea that you have a tenure track, but the tenure track, which the postdoc part has a lot of mobility. But then you expect more openness of the universities. And some they had, and they had benefited from them. I mean, actually, broadly, 25% had gone to Catalonia, but only because they had more open universities. Pompeu Fabra, which I actually was one of the founders, has the larger share on non-Spanish professors and faculty, but you expected this to be more. The good news is that once you have something like this, if you see this, like Università de Murcia, or in Galicia, or in many places, they do it. Actually, a funny thing that happened to me, or funny, is when I went to the different regions, I went to the Basque Country, which is actually fairly advanced in technology, and they said, that's a great idea. You know, we will do it ourselves. We're going to create a similar problem for ourselves. I said, okay. So that's another thing. So it had an impact also in creating other programs. Okay? And so I think on that's true, but as I said, I wish it had even more impact in the long term. And the Maxwell program, I had been in the UI before I went to the ministry, and then was in Barcelona back at Pompeu Fabra, but I was back and forth. But at one point I saw this ad in the Economist, and my daughter said, you should apply, so you apply for to do that. It's important to understand what a postdoc is and it can be. A postdoc has been in the natural science and health science existing for a long time. But there, typically you go and you work in the lab, and then you are in the group of the lab and so on. So it's a natural transition to have a more permanent position. But now, postdocs have spread, and in particular in social science. One of the reasons is because we produce more PhDs than we have, and that's true particularly in Europe, permanent positions. But that's not a good reason to have a postdoc. But it means that then the postdoc time was, it's like being in the limbo. You are in university as a postdoc, you're neither a student, a PhD, not a faculty. The likelihood that you are on your own is very likely. So I wanted to do something different. Actually, not I wanted, it was an idea of in part, of the European Commission who founded to do something slightly different. And in that sense, the idea was to have a structured program. So this is starting, first the beginning were only 1 year, but then expanded to 2, in some places even 3 years. But the idea was to take advantage that the time that you are basically finished with your PhD, and yes, you have to publish and so on, but you are not yet with the pressure of a lot of classes or a lot of things you have to do what? To be in an environment that you have with other colleagues, actually in different disciplines within the social science, to be able to communicate and understand much more how different problems are dealt and designed in different ways, and then provide a lot of support on what? On communication and writing, on all kinds of things, and having good discussions about ethics and many other things. So it was an intensive program, also on things that it can help you for your academic career or your professional career. And I think that's been appreciated. And so you'll see the number of applications. I mean, when I arrived to the UI, I was also the other president there, which Evgeny, I think is the best we had in the UI, said, well, the problem we have with the postdocs was reflecting this thing. They say, well, when we have a position, all the departments want the post positions, but then forget about them. And they had some postdocs, but maybe they had 100 applications. I started already by 500. By the time I finished, the director was 1,200 or more. And this has gone down, and it went a little down after COVID, but now it's back to 1,500 applications. Actually, there are not that many postdocs. So we started with 40, and it has gone up to 70. Actually, the regional funding from the Commission has been, if anything, decreasing, but having a well-designed program has meant that now if there are 70, at least 30 are funding from other places, or either within the UI or from other people that say, okay, I would like to be in the Maxwell program as a postdoc, and they have the funding. So that's, and then they are all spread, of course, more in Europe, but they are all spread all over the world. So, and that's the same thing. Have the goals been achieved? Again, I think I'm happy that it is happening and proud, but I also think better could be done. For one reason. And I can see it as a professor too. I can see a postdoc in two ways. I can see, okay, I mean, when you have 1,000 applications, you cannot go and see, oh, who's working exactly on my stuff? And then I just get that person to get a paper. Or I can think, where is going to be the more value added, okay, of this person? If you do that, it's a lot of work. I spent practically more than 2 months just going through applications. I mean, it's a huge work. But then you get the reward. Meaning, as a professor, I am an economist, so I can think of this as my consumption. I have now some smart guys to work with me, or as an investment. I create a program that will have an impact. Not everyone has the same view, but that's the way it is.
Thank you so much, Professor Marimon, for the topic and the excellent timing, I have to say. So I think, Georgia, what do you think? We maybe give the floor to Graham, and then we postpone the Q&A session at the end for streaming reasons. Yeah, thank you so much. And this was really enlightening and nicely completed what Senena's presentation, and also sparked some light on what can be done. So it's in a more, let's say, oriented perspective. I can hear something maybe from Graham. Good morning. Yes, let me introduce Graham Harrison, our last speaker this morning. So Graham is Managing Director of Uniwell since February 2022, and he was born in the UK, I learned from the CV, but actually studied in the States and is a chemical engineer. But is now Managing Director at Uniwell, but during his, let's say, academic career, he was working as a postdoc in Australia. He had a teaching assignment in Thailand, and then he did several sabbaticals in UK and Portugal. So therefore, I think it's very well suited to give us a global overview of the, let's say, research career path and attractivity. So please, Graham, the floor is yours, and thank you so much for being here this morning.
Graham, do you want me to show the slides, or you want to try to show them?
Georgia, if you can do it, would be great.
Okay, I'll do it. Okay, I'm on the first line.
Okay, so thank you. I think it's been a really interesting morning, actually, and listening to the different presentations, different countries, different situations, and also looking at it from someone who has spent much of his career in the US, and especially in the academic system, to hear how Europe is doing it. And as I listened, and also actually as I prepared my slides, I really thought about a couple of concepts. One is the competitiveness that Europe is now working on, especially in light of the Draghi report and comparing Europe to the US and China broadly. And is the Choose Europe initiative. And I think a lot of the things we've been talking about today clearly apply to that, especially for early career researchers, where I see that as a real opportunity for Europe. Obviously, the European research area in its broad context, we've been talking a lot about QUAR and other planning and activities across Europe. And of course, the precarity of early career researcher, early career careers as well. So maybe if Georgia, if you can move to the next slide, that would be great. Because I can't see the slides actually. So how I'm going to talk today really is focus on the US, but I'm happy to talk about other parts of the world I've worked with. The general context, and then looking at the sort of three ways we're looking at here. The PhD pathway, postdoctoral positions, academic trajectory, and then non-academic careers, or the intersectorality that is clearly being pushed by the European Commission. I think we in academics, globally, frankly, but especially in Europe, we struggle with as well. And then the next slide, George, if we can go into the context. So I will talk from my experience and my knowledge. Let me be clear. So this is not everything. And I come from a STEM background, as Deborah pointed out. I'm a chemical engineer by training. I did my education in the US. I did a postdoc in Australia, so I have a bit of understanding of that system. I had an academic career in the US, which I'll talk about, the basic trajectory there, both as an assistant professor, which is what we call a non-tenure track position. And then I earned tenure, which is sort of a 6-year process in the US system. And then also, I think the issue of intersectorality really matters. And of course, I left an academic career about 15 years ago, although I stayed in the academic higher education research environment, but no longer teaching or pursuing research grants, which is such a key element here. Next slide, Georgia, please. So in terms of the PhD experience, so this is the US context, which I think is maybe adds some broader context to the total discussion that we're talking about. And there is no fixed time for a PhD in the US. Let me be clear. If you do a PhD in 4 years in the US, you are way ahead of the curve. This is very, very rare. Depending upon a discipline, you can be going anywhere up to more than 8 years to get a PhD in a normal track. In engineering, which is my background, typically 5 to 6 years is absolutely normal for that. And then we talk about sort of the financial support during that time. In engineering, typically you receive a stipend that's based on a research grant that your PhD advisor has. So this is not in general terms, it's not a broad range national competition. It's you're admitted under research grants in a particular department. And the amount of those stipends depends upon the university, but it also depends upon the department within a university. If you're in the sciences, so for example, if you're a graduate student in chemistry, you'll get some of your stipend through research grants, but you'll also be expected to teach every semester, basically supervising labs or something like that. So that will extend the time it takes to actually do the research necessary to earn a PhD. And if you're in the social sciences and humanities, then typically you're paid through teaching assistantships. So you are teaching first-year undergraduates how to write, or you're offering discussion sections on a large lecture course. And this is where, because you're doing so much teaching every semester, you're also likely to spend longer in your PhD period. The other thing in the U.S. system is that the path for a PhD is slightly different. So typically, you have at least 1 year of classes in the PhD. Classes are expected, and then you have a qualifying exam that basically gives the expectation of what the basic knowledge you need to actually do the research. Then you have a couple of years of research, and then you may do a candidacy exam. And that is a second year that's really second exam talking about your research with your exam committee. Then you complete your research, and then you have your dissertation and defense. And I think one of the things that's notable here is that your defense, and the committee that looks at your defense, is typically only from within your institution. So you don't get external readers in most cases in the United States. You typically have one professor who is outside of your academic department. Everything is being judged within your academic department with no, the quality control is localized, let's put it that way, in terms of what we're doing here as well. So everything in the US system really is based upon the institution more than any national guidelines that we can talk about here. Next slide, please, Georgia. So then maybe you move into a postdoc position, especially if you're looking for an academic position. This is in particular for the STEM disciplines. I can talk a little bit about the differences with the social sciences and humanities as well. Typically 1 to 3 years in a postdoctoral position. And if you want an academic position, then the 3 years is getting at the high end of what you can typically do before you get an academic position. Again, these are not typically done through national programs. These are done, especially in the STEM disciplines, through a research grant that your postdoctoral supervisor has. You work with them, you apply to them, you are selected by them as an individual, and they choose to hire you. And that's often based upon a personal relationship that your PhD advisor has with the postdoctoral supervisor. Let me say there are some national programs that are often through agencies. So this may be corresponding to what we heard a little bit about before. So things like the Department of Agriculture or some of the Department of Energy labs have broader programs to recruit postdocs as well. But again, what's interesting is the salaries depend literally on the relationship you have with the supervisor in that project. So you may even have postdocs who are making different amounts within the same department, and definitely across the departments and faculties at a university. So it's a very sort of individual system here as well. Next slide, Georgia, please. So then let me talk about the early career academic teaching research positions, what we would call the faculty positions in the US. What I should say is that we have, it's very important to note that in the US system, we don't really have national universities. We have public universities supported by the 50 states and the District of Columbia. They all have their own regulations on higher education and hiring and salaries and everything like that. So there's no national guidelines at all on that. And they may differ within universities and faculties as well. And then you have the private university system that you're all familiar with, which is even less restricted by the state guidelines that may exist in the system. But the broad expectations here are going to be the same. From a hiring perspective, the hiring is typically done very locally by a department. They put out the ad, They receive the candidates, they evaluate the candidates, they make a selection on who they would like to hire, and it gets approved by a dean and then by the university administration. And you rarely go against those guidelines. It's very much a local hiring decision that is based upon research and teaching needs, probably most of all. Then there is a 5-year probationary period. So we basically are working on annual contracts in that position. And then I think most people are at least have heard of the tenure process and decision in the US, where you get promoted with tenure. Again, the tenure process, so whether you end up with a permanent position at the institution, varies dramatically based upon the university, the state, the department. Let me give you an example. When I went up for tenure, then I had a tenure committee within my department. I did not know the members of that tenure committee. So even in a department of only 12 academics, I did not know who was making the decision on my tenure process. So we have and that can vary again, depending upon different departments in the same university had very open tenure committees. The process is governed at the departmental level. The committee makes a recommendation, the departmental chair makes a recommendation, the dean makes a recommendation, ultimately the university makes a final decision, whether it be the president of the university or the rector. And sometimes the board of trustees makes a decision on the final tenure. So you may have seen this year at one university in the US in North Carolina, the board of trustees simply did not act on any tenure recommendations, and therefore those academics were left in limbo for a year on whether they received tenure. So everything is very localized, and tenure is based on 3 broad criteria. One is teaching, that's in front of the classroom, but also supervision of postgraduate students in the US context. One is on research, and that is broadly defined, but I would say that the general expectation here is on research dollars brought in from external sources, especially for STEM faculty members, and even from national sources. So there's a pretty well-established position that if you don't have funding from a federal government agency, you're unlikely to get tenure. And then the third criteria, of course, is is what we call service. So that's service to the university or broadly beyond the university as well. And that is far more holistic in the US context, especially in the current situation in the United States with funding from federal sources. This then becomes complicated if you're largely being evaluated on your research funding. And let's be clear, of those 3 criteria, the most important in any mid-range or mid-tier or higher university is research funding and publications in top-tier journals. So I think the general guidelines I would like to emphasize are the role of the department in all this, the faculty and the university. And what you can see is I'm leaving out the national context or the European context, because that does not exist in the same way in the US system. A couple other things I'd like to point out is startup packages for academics. So in the STEM disciplines in particular, you get a significant startup package that will provide you with equipment and provide you with some students, because you don't have research grants at this point as well. So a typical equipment startup package is $500,000, at least in the United States, in, for example, chemical engineering right now, for a junior faculty member. The US system also revolves around a 9-month academic year salary. So if you want to get 12 months, be paid for 12 months, you have to get grants or other sources to pay your summer, what we call a summer salary. And again, salaries vary dramatically. They can vary dramatically. There's no national scale. There's generally no institutional scale on that. So at the institution I was at, a starting chemical engineering faculty member basically earned about 40% more per year than a starting English department academic in the same year. So it can vary dramatically, and raises are based upon performance, not upon any salary bands that exist at all. Next slide, please. So a couple things I'd like to talk about as well. We talked about precarity of research careers quite a bit here. So the tenure track is a relatively well-defined system, although, as I hope I've indicated, there's some variation that can exist within that, and some tremendous uncertainty that can exist within that. On top of that, there's a non-tenure track system, and this is especially important in the social sciences and humanities, and it's becoming increasingly important across the US higher education sector as well. So as universities get financially squeezed, then they offer fewer tenure track positions because they are basically committing to a academic career for someone. So what you see is a lot of non-tenure track, one-year careers, one-year contracts to primarily teach, with the expectation if you ever want to move, then you have to have some research experience as well. So they're precarious, and the salaries are very, very, very low compared to the traditional tenure track positions that we have. So this gives universities flexibility, but on the other hand, it, as we've been talking about, precarity in these situations is extreme. There are people who can work in non-tenure track positions for decades and choose to work in them, but there are also those who are limited to that as well. A couple comments on intersectoral careers. This is a key element in Europe right now, talking about, if you look at Marie Curie actions and that sort of thing. So I would say that in the STEM disciplines, intersectoral careers are absolutely expected. In fact, the academic career, or even the research in a national lab, is the exception rather than the rule. Even from top-tier universities, you'll see most STEM graduates going into the private sector rather than into the public sector as well. So that, I think, is true in STEM fields, and it's absolutely expected. The actual support in generating those intersectoral careers or going to the private sector is, I think, much more limited than we would like to expect. In social sciences and humanities, there's been a gross overproduction of PhDs, which has two facts. One is it depresses salaries in the academic world, because you have a lot of people who then will take very low-paying, non-tenure track, what we call adjunct positions in terms of teaching. But also there's a very limited preparation for non-STEM PhDs to look into intersectoral careers, whether it be in the public, private, non-profit sectors at all. It's viewed as by too many universities and departments, that is viewed as a failure, even though there is a complete lack of jobs, given the overproduction and also the lessening in terms of in terms of SSH tenure track positions that are being created at this time. Let me say one last thing, the two-body problem. So when you have an academic couple, and one gets a job offer, and then there's a second, there's a partner or a spouse who would clearly like to stay with their partner in the same location. This, I think, is changing slowly over the last 20 years, maybe. There's at least a consideration of this in many hiring situations, but it is still very much an issue that is not being pursued by far too many universities. And even those that have formal policies on this, the actual implementation by the institution and by the department of the trailing, what we call the trailing spouse, is intermittent at best. So I think that is another consideration that in terms of early career researchers, where increasingly we see two-body academic couples is something that is really not fully being addressed in the US. So I think I'd like to stop there, and happy to answer further questions or talk about some other parts of the world where I've worked in as well. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Graham, for the very nice overview. I think that we will close the streaming in 10 minutes, something like that. The floor is now open for discussion, question or comments regarding the three last presentations. So Professor Corbalan, Professor Marimon, and Dr. Harrison. Yes, please.
Thank you for all the presentations and the overview of this important mission, I would say. So my question is a general one, is especially for early career researchers. I totally agree with you that H-index bibliometry is not, the only thing that matters, but there is much more. But how it's possible to basically try to improve their career using this system if, for example, in Canada or in US or in Asia or other European countries, they are not going to accept this type of systems, because there could be basically, there could be a mismatch in evaluations. Also for just stupid things, invitation to a conference, to an international conference. Generally, people that are invited, the speakers, they have a very, strong CV, especially based on their H-index. So how it's possible to make this something that is global and not just European? Also for little things like finding a postdoc, for example, in US or in Canada or in Japan, how it's possible that this type of mission can be absorbed by everywhere, basically, in the world.
So thank you. Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, sorry.
No, I didn't ask.
I'm Paola Tognini. I'm the delegate for the rector of Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. And I think that with Georgia we agreed that you give a short answer, each of you, and then we take 4 or 5 questions. Okay.
We take some questions together and then you
Okay. Okay. I misunderstood, Georgia. So another one from the audience, Sarah.
Hello to everyone, and thank you very much for the inspiring presentation. I have a question which is quite linked to the previous one, but is related to companies, enterprises, and other research institutes. So I think that from most of the presentation emerged the fact that we grant more PhD than what we need then in the career path, strictly academic speaking. So how to improve the capacity of PhD students to then apply for another kind of market beyond academia? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Other question or comment? Yeah, Fulvio.
First of all, let me thank you, the speakers. I hope we will have time later on, perhaps, to discuss more, because they were extremely interesting. I would try to answer the Tognini question. From the presentations I heard, as a young researcher, 50 years ago or more, I would never go to the United States. I would prefer to work in the Netherlands or in Spain. And if I have to invite a speaker, for instance, in a seminar on research integrity, despite the curricula and so on, I would invite my colleague there to speak, because it's much more interesting what he said, saying, I would prefer to wait to publish until I have solid evidence. So I will not privilege the number of papers, but the quality of papers. And this is the strong message we want to do. And I think well, I know that in the Netherlands there was this debate. If we advance on this type of assessment of research, it will be a disadvantage for our researchers to move across Europe. And the answer by a technical commission that was appointed by the Dutch parliament was not, we will not be disadvantaged. Rather, we will have a competitive advantage because the other countries, sooner or later, they will have to adopt our scale of assessment. So I think we have to be a bit forward-looking and not backward-looking. Thank you.
Why they will have? I mean, I don't see the United States that they will or they must follow the European Union rules or the Japanese or Singapore. Why? Why should it be an advantage? So, and I totally agree with you that if I organize a conference, I won't pick the one only for the H index. But this is, a way to think that I like, but it doesn't mean that it's the one that is chosen for organizing a Gordon conference, a Keystone meeting, or, this big meeting of the international societies.
So, two very short replies. One is that I think many US scholars would also agree that the system as it works is not working very well. So I think there is a motivation for change, even though, there's a very large hill to climb. But secondly, and I mentioned this briefly in my presentation, I think I mentioned Quora as a European network. That's technically not true. It is a global network. And there are now Canadian members, Australian members, I think there were even members in yes, a lot of members in Latin America too. So it is that was what I was thinking of, Africa as well. So it is a slowly spreading movement, and the best thing we can do is support that and talk to it about it with our colleagues elsewhere. When we go to a conference and we don't notice that someone is invited for their H index, that we do sort of we don't need to organize like this. Like, resistance is possible to this idea. Sorry.
And in the afternoon, we will hear about Canada.
Yeah. If I may add something else, 20 years ago, probably your career could be easily evaluated just looking at the impact factor and the X index. But science is so complex now that you are providing, as he mentioned, you need to spend a lot of time now to get good and trustable results. And in the meantime, you are generating many other different products that right now are not being evaluated. So if you evaluate all of these, at the end of your 4 or 5 years career, you have many other things that you had to look at, and you had to listen to that person, the challenges that he overcome, the problem that he has, how he solved it, and so on. And this, we had to find a way to evaluate that, because it's really the system that is going to help you to choose the right person or to evaluate the person.
I have a slightly different view on some of these things. Because now we were seeing the case of the States. I did my career in the States. after the PhD there and so on. I was a professor at the University of Minnesota. I got there the tenure as associate professor, but then I just started Pompeu Fabra. The Department of Economics there was top, okay? But it was a small department in a public university. There were like 22. When we arrived, that was it. 4 of my colleagues got the Nobel Prize, to give you an idea. Something like this had not gone through an agency, probably. The same thing. I started Pompeu Fabra, and I'm not blaming the last laws. No, but the last laws that we had in Spain will have precluded to do something like that. Okay? So I think when in science, you have to put a lot of things in not making what the statistics is called type 1 error. Okay? So missing opportunities. And agencies are designed basically to avoid type 2 error. That because they're going to create a university that's going to be junk, now we put all the rules. This mapping in Spain, I had the good intentions, all the good intentions, but it can become Kafkian because every agency wants to put their own rule. And then you see researchers wasting their time filling paperwork. That's terrible. That's really a misuse of resources. So I think we have to go a different way. Which way? Well, there is an easy solution to that. And this goes along, this thing was said before about Canada, people making choices about how you specialize, as opposed to asking everyone to do everything. But in particular, do it to institutions, to groups. And this goes all the way even to this issue of language. Now, yes, it happens at the universities in Catalonia that there's this pressure for Catalan. And I have all the respect for Catalan, and Catalan is my language. But I think it's really wrong that someone to get tenure has to pass an exam that maybe I will not pass. That's a deterrence. So how you solve that? Well, there is a solution. You count the universities as a whole system. And then they specialize in different things. Ones might want to do the best teaching in Catalan, everything. Okay, just do it. And the other not. Or even within that, you might want to require that they all have some of that. But then you put the pressure on the group. I am a member of a department that is able to do all kinds of things. And then you put the pressure for that, but not on individuals. And that then, the assessment is much easier. And the incentives should be much easier because you do something similar to what the UK did for a while with the research assessment exercise, that the institutions have incentives to do that. Now the institutions, with this system, they don't have any responsibility. They say, oh no, you're going to be the agency of this or the agency of that, who's going to decide who I'm going to be hiring. No, you have to have your decisions. You have to say what you want the institution to do. And if it's good, the students will come, and the research and the funding will come. Okay.
Thank you so much. Other?
Graham maybe wants to add something.
Yeah, Graham?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a role for different types of institutions and different types of roles within those institutions. The US has 4,000 universities. A small fraction of them are research intensive. So actually, you're not actually having huge research populations at over half of the US universities. So you do have those distinctions. There you see, in terms of state funding, a difference. So if you're looking at a University like Minnesota or University of California system, they are getting 10% of their budget from the state, maybe 15 if you're really lucky. If you're teaching universities, much higher percentage, because that's the role of the institution, is on the teaching side of things. So there's different types of institutions that can exist, definitely. I think the question on US versus global expectations, I think is US or European or global expectations. It comes through in the first couple of questions at least. And what are European values, and what is the European competitive advantage, which I think was some of the discussion that was in the response. I don't know the name of the gentleman who said it, but these sorts of criteria do matter, what you want to evaluate. If you're, for example, in Singapore, or you're in some of the Southeast Asian countries, or even the African countries in many cases, you're being evaluated on, whether you have the resources or not, on metrics, publications, and that sort of thing. So in Africa, it's very difficult to really get too far advanced if you have no research funding, and yet the criteria are based upon funding and publications. We look at the rankings and we see the rise in Asian, in particular Singaporean and Chinese universities in the rankings. This is based upon a clear perspective of highlighting research funding, which is much more readily available, but also publishing in high quality journals and referencing in those high quality journals. There's a reason in some ways to do that, but on the other hand, what are the competitive advantages that Europe wants to have? My sense is that when you think about things like Quora, then these are ways we're looking to go beyond purely on metrics, which to me is a good thing. This is why I'm at Uniwell. This is why I moved to Europe, focusing on well-being and these sorts of things. I think these are important things to highlight as competitive advantages, even in the context of someone like Draghi, who compares Europe, he compares them poorly to the US and China. I would say there's a competitive advantage for Europe in things like Quora and other ways of looking at topics. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Graham. Are there questions or comments from the audience? Okay, if not, I think we have to, I would like to thank very much all the speakers of this morning. I think this was really stimulating, even if the way ahead looks complex, so to speak, but as Helena said, we are optimistic on that. Also based on a sort of cultural identity, which was also mentioned, like the European values, work-life balance, well-being, so on and so forth. And I guess also I fully understood what Paula was meaning during hers kind of being provocative. Why can we export? You know, because otherwise, I mean, you put a wall between really important. Yeah, I guess that on the long term, this will be the way forward, and I think that it's starting. It's difficult then, okay? So we will reconvene after lunch.
We have lunch now downstairs in the
downstairs.
court.
We will reconvene after lunch, and we have to be on time because of the other guests who are joining us
at 2:30
remotely at 2:30. So we have to be back. And okay. Thank you so much, all the speakers, and thank you.
So go down for the lunch, which should be ready. Bye, Graham. I'll send you the link.
Graham, thank you so much.
We'll send you the link for the afternoon if you want to listen to the roundtable.
Science diplomacy dimension, say, particularly the dimension which is often referred as diplomacy for science. Of course, here I talk about science in a broad sense. So let me share my slides.
I have the slides in case you cannot share. I will make you actually...
Sorry. I didn't share yet.
Yeah? Certo. Costanza, can you wait a second? Because Alessandra, the rector, will do the welcome now, because then she has, she was going to close the conference, so she will.
I'll share in a second.
Just a second. At least Deborah asked me, okay. No. Contrordine, you can start.
Change of plan.
We
no
are.
problems. Okay, so I share again. So please tell me if you see my slides.
Yes, we do.
Okay. So,
but not in the presentation mode.
Oh, it's okay?
We see the slides, but not the presentation mode. They are not in the presentation mode.
I have in presentation mode. That's weird.
Okay, anyway, I think you can.
Yeah, I don't know. I see the slides in presentation mode. I don't know why you don't see it. Anyway, or do you want me to stop the, let me try. Is it better now?
Yeah, it's better, it's better. Oh, now we lost them. No. Okay.
Okay, I keep, it's not presentation mode, but I don't know why. Anyway, so I want to use my time for, with two main, addressing two main points. First, I want to super briefly telling you what is my role and how science diplomacy is in action through the network of Italian attaché. And then I will focus more on Canada, okay, on the way Canada set its Virtuous research ecosystem, particularly focuses on the actions that Canada is implementing for scientist attraction. So, Italy invests in science diplomacy with a network of scientific attaché or experts or space attaché, and we are working all over the world. And of course, our goal is to promote Italian science and technology and to create bridges, facilitating bilateral relations. And our minister is trying to make an effort to raise the awareness of the network of scientific attaché, because it's very important that people know the existence of these figures in order for us to fully carry out science diplomacy action. What is our activity? I summarized here in 5 points our work. So we support and develop a cooperation agreement. We keep contacts with Italian researchers. We promote the Italian scientific and technological system through promotional initiatives, even in collaboration with other Italian institutions, like, for example, Italian Cultural Institutes or the Italian Trade Agency. Also, one of our goals is to share information about the country where we are posted. Like, for example, today, I will be sharing information about Canada. And also, I think this is important for you to know, support and organize visits of Italian delegations. That this can be delegation of the regions, university, or government officials. So, what I would like to pass you, the message I would like to pass you is that it would be fantastic if you get in contact with the Italian scientific attaché. I'm telling that for the Italian, of course, when you visit a country for research purposes, because we have a lot of connection and we can work and maybe even make a difference in some situations. So that's more or less a super summary what I wanted to say. So now I'm going to focus on Canada and particularly on research and innovation ecosystem and youth attraction policies. But let me just mention a couple of important characteristics of Canada. So please consider that Canada is the second largest country in the world with a population of only 40 million of citizens. And there is a huge ethnic diversity. There are not only Europeans, but indigenous people, Asian, Africans, and Latin Americans. And this is really, I think, the richness of these countries. And this is due to the policies, immigration policies. It's a rich country, is a part of the G7, as you know. It's GDP, it's the last among the G7 countries, but the growth is the second in the G7. So it's really a country which is getting more and more powerful. And the Canadian economy is supported especially by the export of natural resources, advanced technology, and services. And this is important when we talk about the research and innovation ecosystem that I'm briefly touching with this slide. So the investment in scientific research, including AI, has grown steadily, and consider that in the last 10 years, so since 2015, the increasement is of 144%, so it's quite significant. And Canada invests 2.35% of its GDP in research and development, and but it's making it only the second to last in the G7. So we are Canada is a little bit above Italy, but not. I mean, it's not the best in the G7. But AI receives the largest share of growth, and then medical research and environmental science. What are the key actors of the policies for science and technology? Certain, the federal ministers of the government, Carney, and I mentioned them, the most relevant. So it's the Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation. And please note that this is a new minister that was created by Carney in May 2025. So it's a very recent, I think it's the one of the few countries in the world that has this minister which is dedicated to artificial intelligence. And then, of course, Minister of Industry, of the Health, of Environment and Climate Change. And there is another important federal actor, is the Chief of Science Advisor of the Prime Minister, Mona Nemer. She was a professor at University of Florence, not of Florence, of Ottawa. And she's playing a crucial role because she's the bridge between the science and technology landscape and the Prime Minister, providing advice, science-driven advices, and she's acting and really fostering the science and technology ecosystem of Canada. Of course, at the provincial levels, there are also some ministers that work, like, for example, Minister of Research, University and Education. Research, University and Education is under the control of the provinces, not of the federal government. Important is to know that Canada has world-class research institutions, certainly top universities. Let's say that at least 4 of the Canadian universities are considered among the best in the world. Why this is important? Because they attract international talents. University of Toronto, British Columbia, McGill University, Montreal, and University of Alberta in Edmonton. Not only they attract international talents as researchers and professors, but also, in average, in Canada, 25% of students are international students. And this is, of course, a lot of money that is coming into the country because, by the way, the international students, they pay fees that are 4 times the fees of local students. But then they stay in the country. They start to work here, at least a portion of them. There are also collaborative research centers that are super known in the world, like cannot mention all of them, but for example, the Institute for Quantum Computing in Waterloo, Mila, AMI, and the Vector Institute are important for research in AI, or the Perimeter Institute in Waterloo for theoretical physics. And this collaborative top-level research center, they also attract scientists and innovators. And I also like the idea of the U15 consortium that Canada created. It's a consortium of leading universities in Canada. They are 15 universities, including University of Ottawa, for example, Waterloo, McMaster's. And it's important that this consortium collaborates with the federal government on funding or other initiatives and advocates for research and innovation policies. So it's really a crucial player with respect to innovation and research policy. The federal and provincial support for science and innovation is given through, for example, a department which is dedicated it's called ISED, Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada. And this is really a department, federal department, that provides support to scientists, particularly at the level of when they want to commercialize their research and start new technology ventures. And both provincial and federal government, they invested in the last 20 years, I should say, technology and innovation hubs. So cities like Toronto, Vancouver, Edmonton, and Montreal, these are the four more important hubs, are hubs focusing on artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and clean energy. And of course, again, they attract scientists, innovators, investors. And another super interesting experience is the creation of research and innovation networks and initiatives that are to foster collaboration between researchers and the professionals. And for example, I just mentioned a few of them that I visited: the Mars Discovery District in Toronto, Ivado Lab in Montreal, that are connected with the data in artificial intelligence, all these sectors. There's several creative distraction labs that are in several cities, and some other initiatives that are more provincial, like Toronto Global, which is an initiative to let's say, promote the Great Toronto Area as a hub, innovation hub, and Edmonton Global, for example, is doing the same job in the Edmonton Great Area. Organization of founding process is through three agencies: the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council, of course, related to the art science. So then the Canadian Institute of Health Research for everything connected with health research, and then the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council. These federal agencies are the ones that distribute the funds for research, and what I find very important is that the leaders are 3 university professors. And so they are temporarily presidents of these founding agencies, so they're very much in contact with the university landscape. And there is another last important founding agency, Canada Foundation for Innovation, which is federally founded, but say focusing on funding research infrastructures at university colleges, research hospital, research institutions. And this is also led by a former professor of the University of Ottawa. I think this is important. What are the actions they do? For example, they created a program which is one of the most important programs in Canada that is called the Canada Research Chairs Program. Through the agency, the Canadian government funds research positions at Canadian universities. And there are two possibilities. So the so-called Tier 1 researchers are for advanced researchers, and the Tier 2 are for researchers with less than 10 years of post-PhD experience. So these people, they are hired by university, and they bring this money to the university directly. And since 2012, more than 2,000 people got these Canada Research Chairs, and so it's a huge amount, I think. And there is also a Canada Excellence Research Chairs program, which is for really outstanding international scientists, but also Canadian scientists that are attracted because the government found them with an amount from $4 to $8 million over 8 years, and they cannot renew this fund, but this money can be used not only for them, but also to establish some labs, for example, some specific initiatives. And a couple of Italian professors received this sort of support, and many Italians received the Canada Research Chairs program. There are also dedicated programs for early career researchers. These are scholarships for master's, doctoral, and postdoctoral students that are given by the funding agencies, but not only. For example, the New Frontiers in Research Fund is also funding some of them. And they are attracting, of course, a lot of young, talented scientists that can easily get support. Another organization that I also found super interesting is MyTax. Was born as an organization to support research in mathematics, but now is for all subjects of science. And it is a national organization supported by academia, private institution, and federal government, and also provincial government, that manages research and training programs in industrial and social innovation. So this is more or less the way Canada supports research, and all these researchers and support attract many, many young students from all over the world. And but there are in fact also some specific policies that are for immigration and visa programs, and these are also crucial. Because talking with people, I realized that the facility that researchers and scientists have in getting accelerated visa process helps a lot. There is, for example, the Global Talent Stream that is taught for highly skilled workers in field of technology, engineering, science. So these people get easily a visa. And in this way, research institute or even technology companies can hire qualified professionals from outside the country. There is also another system, it's called the Express Entry System, which is not only dedicated to scientists, but to all highly skilled immigrants. The system assigns points based on education, work experience, and language skills, and therefore scientists and the highly educated people, they get a lot of points, and the process to get even the temporary residency or the citizenship is very, very short. And the last, the post-graduation work permit is a policy that allow international students to have that have completed studies in Canada to remain and work in this country for up to 3 years. And then they can start to apply for the permanent residencies. And these are, of course, very attractive policies that make Canada so rich of young scientists coming from all over the world. And last, with this I conclude, this is my personal opinion. I think that the high quality of life, which is mainly due to a fantastic work-life balance and super good salaries, makes Canada highly attractive in spite of the very cold winters. And that's all, more or less, to give you an idea. Thank you very much. And please contact me if you need any additional information about Canada.
Thank you very much, Costanza.
Let me stop sharing.
I think we'll go on with the other presentation, and then we'll ask the questions afterwards. So if you can stay longer in the call.
Sure.
So the next speaker is Pilar Bermejo, which is another chemistry professor. We already had 3 chemistry professors today speaking in the morning, so this is very much oriented towards chemistry. And Pilar is not only professor there, but also the vice rector for research, as another 2 of the chemistry professors that we have had today. So it seems that women in chemistry become all vice rector for research. So Pilar, the word is yours.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I have not slides to do my presentation, but first of all, I would like to thank for the title of this roundtable, because I think that it's a very important problem, the future and how to create a virtuous research ecosystem for our PhD and post-doctoral students. This is for me a very important task, because I don't know if the situation is the same in other countries, but probably the number of students that is interesting to follow research is decreasing. Then I think we must to work to change probably some politics, not the university politics, perhaps a national or international politics. No, I remember some years ago the Nobel Prize of Chemistry, a woman at the end of the questionnaire, the journalist asked, you are worried about the future of science? This woman said, yes, I am worried because young people don't want to do science. Then I think it's a very important task to discuss. And my talk is only to give some general ideas and after to put on the table some questions to discuss, okay? Then, in fact, the first is important that all universities must have a strategic research plan to guide the development of policies in key areas, such as supporting the consolidation of scientific structure. We had an important number of research centers in our university, some of them with the highest recognized at the national level. Very important, the support all time of infrastructure, improving managing processes, and strengthening units such as research and development management, the transfer units, and the attracting research fund. But for me, building a virtual research ecosystem is necessary to discuss how we can put people at the center of the university's policy. Today, it is an essential duty to embrace the principle of the European Charter of Code of European Research and Personnel, but not only for marketing purpose. The majority of our university has recognized with the Human Resource Strategy for Research, HRC4R. But sometimes this is a marketing policy that a real policy. In general, in my opinion, I think that our university have tools to support the scientific career of young research, facilitating access to financial resources and equipment that will enable them to develop as independent scientific. It is essential for the university to offer adequate working conditions and improve the possibilities for medium and long-term stabilization. But it's also important to highlight the role that solid support structure can play in areas such as business relations, security European funding, and human resource goals, which facilitates access to funding and simplify the bureaucracy burden that is a very limiting factor in many cases. But returning to the topic of people, it's important to have strategies to support foreign research with align to our university. Important things, matter as managing resident at work permits, procedure to obtain an NIES number or national administrative document that the people that arrive at a different country, the system is different, then it's very important to give the support. And it's very important to put in contact the new research, establish space to connect and to discuss the most common problem. Then I would like to put on the table some problems. First, I think it's important to establish a correct definition of the research career, both national and international context. It's true that in the last recent year, this way is more clear, but not for all people. Most the early career research are not familiar with the potential opportunities after their PhD thesis. I think it's very important centralize and simplify international information source for these people because the European Union or the European Research Council information is very dense, of course, and the public information sometimes is difficult to follow by the young people. No? Simplification, a better visualization on the information is needed. More transparency and that was not very, I don't understand nothing, are 100 pages to read, and then sometimes people, okay, I'm not interested in this. No? On the other hand, I think it will be necessary the creation in a node or a international and general web page where all the information on national and international that can be interest for the early career research must be all together. Other important tasks and Constant give some ideas about the relation between the public academic research and the industry research. Really, at least in Spain, there are scarce involvement of industry. We have some special program, industrial doctorates in Spain, in the case of Torres Quevedo, or in Galicia level, the Galician Innovation Agency put also industrial doctorates, but not many students apply to give a PhD in collaboration with the university and the companies. And it's not very easy to understand because the economic conditions normally are better. And probably a student follow this type of route, the industrial doctorate can, at the end, your future can be in the industry. Then perhaps in the university, the majority of the research are thinking in his future in the university, not in the industry. And of course, this is impossible because we have a very important number of PhD students, more than 2,000. It's impossible that the university in the future can return to these people. No? But it's very important transmit to the student that the doctor are important for the society in other areas, industry or administration. On the other hand, probably there are specific competitivities for postdoc and stabilization program at the international level. For example, Marie Curie or a national level, Ramon y Cajal program, that only the very student with a very high level can obtain a grant. But there are a very important number of students that can obtain a grant to follow postdoc, then good to research career. The question is, would it be better to have a broad substrate of good research or a very short substrate and excellent research? Which is best for the society? I think this, for me, I think is an important task to discuss. No? In Spain, there are not many economic possibilities to do a postdoc, international postdoc. The consolidation in the academy is limited, of course. Then I think another areas for work must be developed. And a problem that I was also discussed in order to know is not only a problem for our university and for our perspective, that is the difficulty of the relation between the early career research and the research that are in a higher level. Could be for stress, pressure, competitivity, I don't know. And in Spain, we had now, but I think that important number of programs for talent recruit in Spain, at national level and Galician level and international level. But sometimes when these people return to Spain after, for example, 10 or 20 years outside, the integration is not very easy. Why? It's a complex question, I know, but is competitivity that, I don't know. And this question, I think, are, from my perspective, are perhaps the more limiting factor that in order to improve the quality of life of the early career research, that there are a lot of stress. They live with a very high stress. And then at the end, abandon, don't want to follow. The stress, I think, is a very important factor. And the competitivity and the stress. I know I am analytical chemistry. I am a professor. I know that the actual world is very competitive, but we must try to decrease this kind of problem, no? And this, and the most important perhaps, is simplify the global information, because this is not attractive for the young people. Oh no, because the young people read short messages in many cases, no, but are not capable to read 100 pages for a call that is very interesting. Okay, we had in the university some areas to promotion of the research, but it's not sufficient. Okay, and this was my ideas to discuss in this session. And thanks for the invitation.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Now I have the pleasure to introduce Dario Capezzuto. Dario is a policy officer at the European Commission DG Research and Innovation, more specifically in the European Research Area Spreading Excellence and Research Careers Unit. With his legal background and extensive policy advisory experience, Dario has been directly involved in developing the policy tools we have been discussed. He has played an instrumental role in promoting key initiatives that address today's challenges. As examples, the Council recommendation on a European framework for research careers, the European Competence Framework for Researchers, the so-called Research Comp, and the Research and Innovation Careers Observatory. These are all examples of the policy tools the mutual learning exercise identified as essential for supporting early career researchers across Europe. Dario, the floor is yours.
Let me know if you want to share your slides or if you want me to share them.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. And yes, indeed, I have some slides, but I can try to share them myself. Let's see if it works. Otherwise, I will ask for your kind support. But let's see. In theory, they should be available in a moment.
Perfect. We can see them perfectly.
Right? Yeah. Perfect, perfect. All right. Well, I also take the opportunity to thank the previous speakers because they introduced in the discussion some important aspects when it comes to challenges for researchers, for early career researchers. So I will try to explain what we are doing, have done, we will continue to do at EU level to improve the careers of researchers, including of early career researchers. And let me start with some preliminary information, which is in terms of numbers and challenges. Numbers in Europe, we now have reached, according to the latest Eurostat data available, over 2.15 million researchers. Most of them work in the business sector, more than half of them, 1/3 in the academic sector, about 10% in the governmental sector. And we can also see that in terms of trend, at least until now, there has been an increasing trend, 45% more in 10 years since 2013 until 2023, which is better than, for example, what happened in the United States. In China, of course, the situation at the moment is going even faster. In general, we are talking about 1% of the total labor force in the EU. Challenges, we heard already some of them in the previous presentations. We have challenges that are related to recruitment and working conditions, precarity, financial well-being, the fact that there is a need to better respond to the labor market needs in terms of skills. There is also, as a consequence, also need to strengthen intersectoral mobility. And then we have the aspect of the assessment and reward system, and also the need to ensure more balanced circulation of talents. Now, what have we been doing in the last few years? As you probably know, we have, according to the treaties, this ambition to have a single market for researchers, scientific knowledge and technology, the so-called European Research Area. And there are some actions that are implemented in 3 years cycles in order to make sure that this can further be deepened. So in the first cycle that we had with this so-called ERA Policy Agenda 2022-2024, what we did was, first of all, to set what we consider the new standards for research careers in Europe, and that is what has been mentioned a moment ago, so the Council recommendation establishing a new European framework for research careers, and this came also with the new European Charter for Researchers. And then some tools to support the implementation of these new standards. Once again, you have heard about the mutual learning exercise. You have already heard about the human resources strategy for researchers. And then we have a number of other tools. Some of them are new. Some of them have been revamped. I can name, for example, Euraxis, Research Comp, which is the competence framework for researchers, the ERA Talent Platform, which is a platform which aims at putting together in one single place all relevant information and initiatives for researchers and research organizations, the Research and Innovation Careers Observatory, and also Resaver, which is a pan-European pension scheme for researchers. We have also been working on ensuring a cultural change, because this is something which very often is an obstacle. This is, for example, linked also to the aspect of reforming researchers' assessment. We have also put in place some investments in support of these new standards. In particular, we had a pilot call called Talent Ecosystems, financed by Horizon Europe. And here we have basically 11 projects that are starting now in these weeks, and which will support the interaction between academia and the private sector in order to, on the one hand, implement the new European Charter for Researchers and therefore offer better working conditions, and on the other hand, to facilitate better employability, easier employability for early career researchers. So this is all what we have already done from 2022 to 2024, but of course we understand that this is not over. Actually, there is still a big challenge ahead of us, which is to make sure that everything that we have developed can really reach to everyone. So can really be implemented in the maximum possible to the maximum possible extent at national, regional, and even organizational level. And therefore, we will continue in the context of the new ERA policy agenda, which has just started and will run until the end of 2027. We will work on additional initiatives, actions to support the implementation. And we are expecting to produce some guidelines for the implementation of the Council recommendation, to have one or more communities of practice established to share experiences. We also want to further consolidate the Research and Innovation Careers Observatory. I will say a few words about this later on. And also we want to have some recommendations for better career development and progression. And at the same time, we will also work on additional investments to make sure that we can further reduce precarity and ease career paths to the non-academic research careers. The Council recommendation that I mentioned, so the new standards for research careers, this was adopted in December 2023. I have a slide here. I will not go into details because I do not have enough time for that, but you can see the pillars that are that compose this Council recommendation. And once again, you will see many things that are familiar to you, such as the recognition of the profession, interoperability, comparability, working conditions, skills, assessment, and so on. And the Council recommendation also introduced, as I said before, the new European Charter for Researchers, which replaced the Charter and Code dating back to 2005. This is really important because now we have a new charter which is updated, which responds to the current situation, and which is also, I would say, simplified because we have a reduced number of principles, and it is also important to underline that the focus has been, it has been reinforced, the message that the focus is on all sectors, and also the fact that it was adopted through a Council recommendation gives a stronger impact to this new European Charter for Researchers. In order to support the implementation of the new Council recommendation and also of the new Charter for Researchers, we implemented a mutual learning exercise supported by Horizon Europe. What is this? This was the opportunity for interested member states, and we had 16 of them on board, to get together and discuss with the support of experts. And I'm happy to say that one of the moderators that we have today, namely Fulvio Esposito, was one of the one of the experts in this MLE. Basically, member states had the opportunity to get together, to exchange good practices, to learn from each other in order to be supported in the implementation of national reforms. So this was a very important and also participated exercise, and there is now a final report with recommendations, and of course we strongly hope that member states will now make use of this to drive national reforms. It was also mentioned before by Fulvio Esposito that we have this European Competence Framework for Researchers, Research Comp. This is something which is very important to support the mobility of researchers between sectors. It was said before, very often researchers tend to be willing to remain in academia, either because they perceive a career in academia as more important, or simply because in some cases they are not aware or they do not feel comfortable about changing environment. So Research Comp helps researchers develop the transversal competences that they need to move between sectors. So this is really important. Of course, when I say that this supports the researchers in developing these competences, well, here the role of institutions, of universities is fundamental, because this is something which can be which can be used in doctoral training, but also in the context of dedicated training opportunities for researchers. And I'm happy also to announce that very soon we will launch a self-assessment tool based on Research Comp, so researchers will be able to self-assess more easily than they can do today their competences in Research Comp. And Research Comp is also part of the ERA Talent platform, so this wider platform where we have put together initiatives that are relevant for researchers and research organizations. So I invite you to have a look at Research Comp, and also to make sure that at institutional level it can be used as much as possible. A few words also on the Observatory on Research and Innovation Careers, which is another very important initiative, we believe, because we feel, and I think this is a common feeling, that there was a big gap in the availability of data on research and innovation careers. And so we have developed or we have launched this observatory in partnership with the OECD. This has started over a year ago, and in fact, we now have the first data available on the website of REICO, and then there will be some annual updates. So this is really important, we think, for everyone, including for the institutions, because there is a possibility to understand more about data relating to skills and qualifications, to research jobs, and to mobility, be this mobility between sectors, disciplines, and also in terms of international mobility. And I also want to highlight here that this first version of indicators has been developed based on available data from national statistical offices. So it is already very important because it puts together in one single place all this data, but it is at the same time limited because it is, of course, relying on available, already existing data. But the OECD will, for the second year, rely on surveys also in order to close this existing gap. So we hope that when these surveys will be implemented at national level, there can be the maximum possible response, so that we can have all the substantial data that we need and are looking for. Finally, let me also say that in addition to everything that we have done, which is already a lot, certainly, but it did not entail any legislative measures, we are now working towards a proposal on the so-called European Research Area Act. This will be a legislative initiative which is expected in the third quarter of next year. And this will be really important because it will aim at, on the one hand, strengthening research and development investment at EU level in order to bring it to the target of 3%. It will also try to make sure that investment priorities are aligned at EU and at national level, and it will also introduce measures to foster the circulation of knowledge and talent across Europe. From this point of view, there will also be measures which are aiming at further strengthening research careers. Here, we had a call for evidence, so stakeholders were able to provide evidence responding to this call. This has already closed a few days ago, but there will also be a public consultation opening in the coming weeks for 12 weeks in total. So I take the opportunity to raise awareness about this so that everyone can participate once this will be open in this public consultation. And I also take the opportunity to mention some potential areas of intervention that have emerged until now. That is, for example, the recognition of qualifications, which is valid both when it comes to intra-EU mobility, but also when it comes to attracting talents from abroad, from international countries. And also another aspect which emerged is those legislative and administrative barriers to mobility. But then, of course, we consider that, for example, it is very important to see if we can take action, for example, against precarity and many other things. But here I don't want to preempt the discussion. I actually encourage you once again to participate in the open public consultation when it will open. And I will stop here and happy to to participate in the discussion, listen to the other speakers, and to reply to any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dario. I'm sure that your presentations has been very useful for all the attendants here and online. I would like
just to say that I cannot hear anything. I don't know if it's just my problem.
My microphone is on.
Okay, now I can hear you.
Okay, I was just thanking you for your presentation that was useful for all of us. I am now introducing to you Chiara Biglia. Chiara works in the research, industry relations and innovation area at the Politecnico di Torino. Her institution received the Human Resources Excellence in Research Award in 2013, with Chiara leading that comprehensive implementation process. Since 2016, she has served the European Commission in multiple expert capacities as lead assessor for the Human Resources Strategy Initiative, as expert on researchers' occupations and skills, and evaluator in the Horizon Europe Wide Era program. In 2021, as Italy alternate representative in the Working Group on Human Resources and Mobility, she contributed to revising the European Charter for Researchers. And perhaps most relevantly for our discussion today, Chiara is a founding promoter of the Italian University's Community of Practice for implementing the Charter principles, precisely the kind of collaborative approach we have been exploring for translating policies into institutional practice. Please, Chiara.
Thank you for the presentation. Yes, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. So when we talk about building a virtuous research ecosystem, of course we need policies, regulations, strategies, funding, all things that we've been hearing about today. But we also need the collaborations. We need working together across institutions and roles. In Europe, the new Charter for Researchers gives us a common framework to make research careers more attractive, open, and sustainable. In Italy, a group of universities decided not to face this challenge in isolation, but to join forces. This is the list with the 18 Italian universities that received this logo, this award, the HR Excellence in Research Award, from the European Commission for their commitment, proven commitment, to implementing the principles of the European Charter. There are also 2 additional universities in the bottom that are starting the process and that joined the community of practice. Who are the members of the community of practice? There are professors, academics, rectors, delegates, managers for the HR Excellence in Research Award of the Italian universities, and the national and EU experts like Professor Esposito. We have 3 core objectives. First of all, supporting each other in the process of obtaining and maintaining the award, the recognition from the European Commission, sharing the effort as much as possible, having a joint effort for the common objectives, exchanging good practices, and finally, the third objective is advocacy. So advocating for the values and principles of the Charter to be reflected in national and EU policies and measures. Considering this last point, advocacy, we can see how in the Council, in the European Council recommendation of 18 December, the one that also Dario Capezzuto just mentioned, that aims at creating a European framework to attract and retain research, innovation, and entrepreneurial talents in Europe. The Council calls also for the Member States to encourage the endorsement and implementation of the principles of the Charter, also through dedicated incentives, in order to make it a structural tool in support of researchers and research careers. So starting from this recommendation to the Member States, we joined forces as this national community of practice to see and to encourage our ministry, our national system, to implement the Charter, and we will see how in my presentation. So just a brief history, telling the story of how the community of practice was established. So it really started as a grassroots initiative back in 2018, and now it is more an established community. Really, we became an established community this year, actually. So back in 2018, we started as an initiative from the managers of the initiative in our own institution. We had then an event organized for the 10th anniversary of the Politecnico di Torino, my institution, back in November 2023. Where it was endorsed by the Conference of the Italian Rectors. We had, you can see in the slide, Michele Osaclot, his name is a colleague from Dario Capezzuto. So we had the European Commission, we had the Ministry, we had someone from the main association of companies, of Italian companies, Confindustria, and discussing about research careers. And in the afternoon, you can see all these ladies, we are all ladies in the picture, representing the managers and rectors delegates from universities with the award. So we started this discussion about the benefits that we received from from participating in this implementation of the Charter and of the obstacles. And this resulted in a report that we drafted together about to give evidence of what the Charter means for our own institutions in terms of benefits, which are the obstacles and challenges, mainly because of national legislation and constraints to the full adoption of the Charter, and sharing good practices. Here you also have the link to the report. Here you have a list, a short summary of the main benefits that we share. First of all, just a few highlights from the benefits. It is for our university a framework that support bringing to the forefront key policies in the field of human resources. Sometimes there are issues related to HR that are considered given for granted, let's say, but if they are not really put into the strategic plan of our universities and in the action plans to implement the strategies, they may not be so high in the agenda and in the implementation. It is also a great tool to support collaboration between the different divisions and departments and roles of our own institutions. So it helps making synergies and having also early career researchers, so PhD candidates and postdocs, heard in dedicated committees that are implemented in the institutions that have the award. I'm sure that the Università di Firenze here is the same. So you can see there are several benefits that we can mention, and also challenges mainly related to our national situation. And in this report you can find good practices that are open to all, both from the methodology that we use in our universities to support the implementation of the Charter, and on specific implemented actions. The next step was to kind of give continuity to our community of practice So we studied a little bit of what community of practice are, on how they can be more effective, efficient, which are collaborative platforms that we can use, defining key topics and priorities, and trying to build visibility and communication strategies towards our stakeholder, national and international. And we had the launch of the community in June 2024. Which are these priority topics that we identified and that we can contribute to as a community? So first of all, and this is the first things that we already achieved, is to take the 20 principles of the new European Charter and do an analysis in relation to the national regulations. So what does the Italian regulation say about open science, gender equality, recruitment selection processes, and so on, about the 20 principles of the Charter and Code? So we studied the national regulations and we identified which are the gaps. Second priority topic that we still need to address is how to integrate rather than duplicate efforts related to several researcher careers initiatives. Here we mentioned the three European initiatives, so the one linked to the European Charter, Gender Equality Plan, and the already mentioned COAR agreement. Third priority topic, exchanging the practices, both nationally, but also inviting international colleagues and communities. And finally, improving communication about this initiative to raise researcher awareness. It is important that researchers are aware that, that their own institution is implementing the principles of the Charter, and that some initiatives are not just linked to the current rector, let's say, or vice rector, but they are really part of a strategy, not just institutional strategy, but European strategy. So these are the steps that we followed to build the community of practice. And these are the objectives of this national gap analysis that we already performed. So we wanted to identify the main gaps, develop proposals on how to address these gaps, and then promote a dialogue with the ministry, with the National Evaluation Agency, with the Rector Conference, and other stakeholders. We know that, for example, the European Commission is very much interested in community of practice, but also in dialogue with the non-academic sector. So we will see if in the future we will have these trends also to engage with the non-academic sectors. So this is how we act to deliver, to get to the final report. This is the summary of the report. There are two annexes. One is the European Charter for Researchers, so that we make sure that when we send the report to the ministry, to the other stakeholders, that they also have the charter, so they know how it looks like. And the second annex is the full analysis of for each of the 20 principles. In this report, there are also, as a final chapter, 9 general recommendations to the ministry. The first one is promote the adoption of the principles of the Charter through national campaigns and incentives to make the Charter a structural reference across all institutions. Institutionalize national coordination on Charter-related topics, so setting up a permanent consultation, plan stable and multi-year funding for research. This is something very Italian problem. We never know when call for proposals, the next clean call for proposal will be launched and so on. So this would help early career researchers also to plan when they want to apply for funding or for this year and next year, but who knows when the call will be published. Simplify recruitment processes and improve the attractiveness of careers. For example, aligning our contracts with the R1, R4 framework, just like Spain did. This in the long term could also help mobility across Europe, across sectors, and so on. Improve salary benchmarking. This would help also maybe raise our salaries. And centralize transparent info on recruiting processes, on different roles and contracts in a national portal. I always remember when in our focus group for the implementation of the charter at Politecnico, one PhD candidate said, okay, but what's the next step in my academic career? It is true that everyone should get informed about the academic path and so on, but it's true that this is not an easy information for those that are external to our system. So this is something that could help. Ensure equal opportunities and protection of working conditions, value diversity and non-linear career paths, we already mentioned this, support the development of transversal skills, standardize initial training and supervision, and promote institutional structure for career guidance. So these are the 9 recommendations that are in the report. What's next? So we conducted the national gap analysis and we sent it to our external stakeholders. The president of the Conference of the Rectors, Italian Rectors, and the president of the National Agency for Evaluation already expressed their interest to learn more about this, and we will have a call with them very soon. Hopefully the ministry will be the next stakeholder. And then we have the other topics waiting for our joint effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chiara, for this presentation. Very, very clear and very interesting. And the next one in the round table is Gabi Umbach. Gabi, if you come here. Gabi is part-time professor at the European University Institute and a lot of other things. But we are running out of time, so I'm just going to say something which is also very interesting, because Gabi, I actually met her the first time, probably, when she developed the Global Stat, which is a database, a really interesting database at the European level, where we go beyond GDP. And that's very much in tune with what we are doing now, because we want to go beyond metrics, and therefore also going beyond PhD, actually, GDP is actually something very important. Let me see whether I have your... What is it? It's a PDF. Yeah, but which one it is? I think they didn't put it here. That's really weird. So shall we do Joanna while I go? Shall we do Joanna first, and then I look for your presentation? As you like. So, Joanna, if you come here in the place of Gabi, we'll exchange.
Cliffhanger.
And Joanna, no, because and Joanna, we're really pleased to have Joanna because she's actually exactly on the group of career development of young researchers, and she's co-chairing COST, which is the European Cooperation in Science and Technology. So beside what she does for the academic point of view, she really has a very important role. So Joanna, the floor is yours. So you can move them from here.
Yes, thank you. And also this, I hope, yeah. Oop. Can't go back now. Okay, we're good. Yes, hello. So maybe I'll also introduce myself. I wish I was chairing COST, so the European Cooperation of Science Technology, but unfortunately not yet, maybe in the future. For now, I'm just chairing the cross-cutting activity on the researcher careers, and I will mention it in my presentation, so you will see it, but I like the idea. For now, I'm just a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Zurich. I do research in developmental psychology, which also means that I am an early career researcher, and I will be speaking from my personal experience, but I also have quite extensive experience in representational work. I was in organizations representing early career researchers in the Netherlands, in Switzerland, and in Europe overall. And you can see Eurodoc on my slides, which is the European organization, of course. So I wanted to come back to the first, maybe the message or the title of this workshop, Attracting and Supporting Early Career Researchers, and this first part. I think we heard quite a lot about the attracting part, and I understand why the institutions want to attract talent. Of course, everybody wants to attract the best, most excellent researchers as well, but I am already in the system, so what I am more interested in is this second part, supporting of the early career researchers, and maybe also the unsaid part, which is retaining them in the system. So for that, I have a couple of things that I think might work and that also come from my representative work. So to start, I think I won't surprise anyone by saying we want fair employment conditions. And this has been said already today. Actually, to be honest, a lot of what I will say has been already said, and it was great to see. I really love others also advocating for early career researchers. So what do I mean about fair employment condition? Starting with adequate remuneration. Of course, that differs between countries, as we all know. This is not so established how much we should pay the early career researchers, but I think what Eurodoc advocates for and what we advocate in general is remuneration adequate to our education level and experience level. So also the further we go into the academia, the remuneration should increase. Then something that I still feel sad to still have to say, we advocate for the employment of early career researchers and not offering just studentships. We are very much against seeing early career researchers as students, and I think it won't surprise anyone. We are the backbone of the research structure in the universities. In fact, I'm no longer the backbone. I'm a postdoctoral researcher. It's the PhD candidates that are the backbone of that. So the employment comes with the access to a lot of privileges, for example, being represented by the union, but also the social security benefits. The lack of access to social security benefits really contributes to the stress and negative mental health, decreases in well-being for early career researchers. This is something as simple as having access to paid maternity or paternity leave, paid sick leave, but also childcare benefits, unemployment benefits. So when the PhD contract ends, for example, we know that we have this safety net of unemployment benefits to have time to apply for other jobs. I have to say it's very important. I have applied to jobs at the end of my PhD, and it was hell. So just a personal aspect to this as well. Also related to employment conditions, of course, job security and reducing the precarity or precariousness, if you want to say. This has been actually quite extensively discussed already, which I was really happy to see. Of course, what would be nice is to have long-term contracts and maybe stable funding for the researchers themselves and the project funding for the research itself. I understand that that's not something the institutions always have the funds to do, of course, but this is another source of stress for early career researchers, and actually especially the researchers that are international, so they move to the country where they work, and for example have a visa that they need to fulfill the requirements for. The third part is ensuring quality supervision. I will not try to define what is good quality supervision. That will largely differ between the fields, but I think we can all agree on what is not good quality supervision, and that is, for example, abusing your power or just leaving your supervisees on their own for 3 years and then expecting a thesis ready at the end. But it is also basically not being a good mentor. And this has also been said already, I think by Stefan, maybe. But not all excellent researchers are also good supervisors, and the skill set is not the same. So what we can do as institutions is use supervision teams. So do not rely on just one person to be a supervisor to an early career researcher, be it a doctorate candidate or a postdoctoral researcher. Use supervision teams so that if there's a personal conflict or there's a mismatch or there's an extended sick leave, they are also not left alone. The second part is to introduce agreements of mutual expectations. And I'm happy to say that I have seen this in practice already. So there are some successful graduate schools, for example, in the Netherlands, where this is quite common. And that is basically outlining what is expected of both parties at the beginning of the employment. This is usually just done for the doctoral candidates, but I found it to be very useful for postdoctoral researchers as well. So also in case of conflict later on, there is something to fall back on what was discussed and what was expected in the first place. Also, and this is something that not everybody likes, providing mandatory training on how to be a good supervisor. Being a good researcher is a different skill set from being a supervisor, as I said, and a lot of supervisors lack the soft skills that are necessary to impart their academic or their technical knowledge. This kind of mandatory training can help prevent us and also can increase basically the competencies of the supervisors and in turn, of course, increase the competencies of the early career researchers that are being supervised by them. Then the fourth point, again, has been addressed, especially in the presentation just before mine. So the career training or sustainable research careers. I will not go into a lot of detail on what kind of career training or what we should do, but that's because this is what our cross-cutting activity, some shameless advertisement, is working on. So we just started last year in December, so we don't have many outputs yet, but I think by the end of this year we can expect some concrete guidelines on how to implement the support for career development for young researchers or early career researchers, whatever you want to name them. So please stay tuned. You can find us on the COST website as well. If you just Google, you will find us. My fifth point is to create a safe working environment. And that one is also often very sad to discuss. I would like to say that the universities are always a safe workplace for everyone, but that is not true. We've seen reports from different countries, different even actually employment levels. Sometimes undesirable behavior and discrimination happen, and that's unfortunately life. But what the universities can do, and the research institutions in general, is have clear procedures on how to deal with it. Clear procedures how to report it, because often early career researchers feel that they cannot report such undesirable behavior without consequences for their career. And of course, experiencing discrimination has a really, really negative impact on work itself, but mental health and personal relationships, basically the whole life of the person. So what needs to happen is that the early career researchers can report it, that they know how to report it. Something that I often have seen is that, yes, the procedures exist, but the early career researchers don't know how to find them. This is not part of the onboarding process for them, for example, at university. And then those procedures are evaluated in the future. So these procedures would also be nice if they were co-created with the early career researchers and other marginalized groups that are more likely to experience discrimination or undesirable behavior. And I think that's my final point. It's the focus on equitable opportunities. So this is a little bit related to the previous point, because well, there are some underrepresented groups and marginalized groups as well at the universities, and they face the same obstacles that other early career researchers face, so the stress about the job security, maybe not enough funding, but then they also face additional obstacles, and that fully prevents them from participating in the academic life. This should not be the case. Apart from the moral argument against this, what I would also want to say is that we want to retain these people in academia. We need these people. These can be excellent researchers that we are losing out on. Not to mention that academia is based on debate, right? On discussion, or on lots of different ideas. And if there are some groups that are systematically removed from academia, then we are losing out on this diversity that could really enrich our work. This focus on equitable opportunities, again, should be reflected in the policy of the university and the procedures, and then that should be also co-created together with those communities. Those practices should be transparent. A good practice is also to report on the indicators on how well that is going. That has been found to be a very stimulating indicator of whether the universities will do something about it or not. And in general, don't treat it as, it's often, you know, like equality, diversity is like the last topic mentioned, really. But and it's the last topic I mentioned here as well, so guilty as charged. But it should be the main focus. And by helping these groups, we are also helping everyone else, and we are enriching our community. So this is really like a self-fulfilling feedback that we can create. And I have a last point, which I was also really happy to see mentioned before, and it is to include early career researchers in discussions that concern us. So nothing about us without us. Please invite us to the table. Please also hear our voices. Don't just invite us so you can say, well, we've consulted them, but then when you actually see what you've consulted, you haven't implemented anything. I know this isn't the case of people in this room because you have invited me, so I can already see this, but it does happen. Please just hear us out. We are also the people that will be the leaders in the future, so it would be really nice to be heard, to have a say in the future that will be our future, basically, in research. And I also have some references to Eurodoc statements on everything that I just said. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Joanna. Again, this was a very, very interesting presentation, and I think it's really important. And now we have Gabi.
Second try.
Sorry, yes, here you are.
Perfect, thank you very much.
I already introduced you.
Yes, thank you. Is that in presentation mode, or shall we put it on full screen? Dove siamo?
I think he's going to modalità schermo intero.
Dove the mouse? Oops. Someone else takes over.
Yeah,
Great, perfect. Thank you very much. Super, thank you very much. And thank you, Georgia, for the invitation. That is actually quite something for me because it brings together the two parts of my heart and my brain, my alma mater, University of Cologne, and the university, the core university of the city that adopted me for so long, for 15 years now, Florence. It's a great pleasure to be here and to see that this links to my current research, because we're currently dealing with conceptualizing and measurement well-being, so that's where it perfectly connects, so everything falls into place. Georgia, you said that already. So I'm directing a research area at the university, at the European University Institute, that deals with knowledge governance and transformations. And there we focus on the impact of measurement on normative frames, on politics, or not factual belief in data is what we see, and that's reality, but an idea of a normative impact. Thank you. Of a normative impact of statistics. So I would like to start the presentation with some preliminary remarks before I go into responsible research assessment and how diving into this very concrete aspect can, as a mindset change in our community, improve as institutions, improve the situations of early stage and early career researchers. So what we're currently facing is a sort of dual transformation in academia. And that relates to the individual level and to the collective level. The collective level is what we have here, university alliances, where universities come together and group new actors of higher education that have agency and advocacy. So we have something that we previously didn't see, actors that are very influential in changing the ecosystem and providing change opportunities and the potential for driving change in the future. At the same time, we have profound changes in the role of academics of the future. So it's not enough for any sort of future PhD, future doctor, future professor to just master their subject area, be an excellent author, publish, and tick all the boxes that conventionally we have for academic qualities. The researcher of the future will be an engaging one necessarily, because science is in the transformation towards a more public good function than we have now. Science advice, public engagement, advocacy of researchers on the ground, everything that we defined with the keyword or buzzword engaged academics, right? Expertise is jeopardized and in danger around the world, as is science, as is diversity, integration, equality, and equity, and everything that we have at the heart of the part of the knowledge economy that we are working in. So if these two should go together, then we need to understand that there are some elements at play here that make it difficult for any of those to develop independent from the other. We have questions of autonomy, agency, visibility, and competition. Competition, especially around funding, because the university alliances attract a lot of money. Their topics, however, potentially contradict expertise on the ground in their university, so establish new research areas that might have an impact on academic autonomy to develop their research. So this is a field that needs to be mitigated. In this, we are conceptually operating. The second part, contribution of the collective to the individual. So the collective level, and you talked about science diplomacy already, the collective level is indeed through coordination, knowledge management, science communication, and the collective power that they have, the alliances especially, in the position to drive change forward in an area that I will come to now, which is extremely important for community change. And we do definitely need a community change in how we assess academic quality, because the future role of academics will be different than it was in the past. So what does that mean? A word of caution here. I'm going into bibliometrics. The assumption is not that this is anywhere close to what academic quality is. I will throw some slides of you that are not legible. I have put some red markers in. You will see red words. They are meant as a backdrop to what I will say, just for you to understand, not to be scared off by the density of that. So what is indeed required is reflection about the agency of the collective to help change the assessment of the individual, to bring that in line with the new role of academics and to approximate academic quality, not with the measures of the past, but with the measures that are necessary for the future. Because if we don't manage to do that, to change how we assess academic quality, we will have a lot of young academics disengaging from public engagement. And we will indeed have a refocus on classical means, having a data set, slicing it into 6 articles, going ahead for professorship. If this is the contribution of education and higher education, academia of the future, I make a question mark, but this is for everyone else to assess as well. So, general assumption here, bibliometrics have an impact because statistics and what we measure have effects. I would like you to look into the middle pillar because, yes, the governance part is the university alliances that already exist. The knowledge effects are important. So what we measure has epistemological effects, right? Because it champions a certain quality of knowledge, a certain format of knowledge publication. And we are in the diversification stage where we say knowledge production is not only an academic knowledge production, it's citizens' impact and input, it's different forms of knowledge, it's anecdotal knowledge, it's potentially in other regions, indigenous knowledge. So what we in academia hold high as quality of knowledge will have an impact on what we assume as knowledge that we champion. Remark here, the position of humanities, the position of social sciences very much reflect that. Bibliometrics are in most cases a reflection of science. And we adapt that and adopt that in areas that are potentially book science, right? That are not necessarily driven to articles, where the wealth of epistemological contribution is not an article, so can't be captured by a bibliometric figure. Yet we champion that and say, and now comes, I guess, the first slide that should confuse you. And I have done several slides that come up with the individual and the journal level, right? So H and G are not the new 42. So these are not the answers to everything. Yet in selection boards, we look at the citation index to proxy quality with that. But what do we actually measure? So some of those measure the number of citations of an author's most cited publication, general age. Then we have indicators that are over the lifetime. Some only focus on the most recent. Some only focus on a subject area. Some neutralize for co-authored papers. Some are integrating an author in a citation network to see who cites whom, if there are citation cartels at stake or not. Some of them then go to the journal level and approximate the citations per journal to the individual. So if I publish in that journal, obviously the quality is better than in a different journal, but the content remains the same, right? And I'm not speaking about the peer review process that impacts individual academic quality in a way that every published paper is a co-production of a community of scholars engaged in reviewing that article. So this myth of individual academic genius, who by publishing in a particular journal proves their quality, is something that is completely detached from the role of the academic of the future. I hope I didn't frustrate you too much, because always these indices are but we measured that and it's quality, but you see the sheer quantity of different indicators. And I assume many people don't even know when we talk about citation indices what they are talking about actually. So here comes the thing. If we are looking into how to assess academic quality in order to develop a system in which young researchers can thrive within the parameter of the existing system, so within the contemporary system and not the system of the past, we indeed need to engage in the interaction between knowledge producers and knowledge users. So it's clear that we are not, some do peer-to-peer publishing and peer-to-peer academic strategies, where you say, I want to have a professorship, and therefore I need to have these 5 publications, this in these journals, I can do 2 co-authored, but the strategy is straight and position. Some want to engage, some see the public function and the public good function of science. We are living in times of tight budgets, so science and academia has to give something back to society to prevent major car crashes like we see in Western parts of the world currently, prevent them from happening through knowledge, through evidence. And there actually we need to accept that different formats of academic engagement and different qualities of publication need to be taken into consideration. So what I actually want to underline, what institutions can very concretely do as a first step also University Alliance, is to stand behind the new developments of responsible research assessment. QARA has been mentioned, but we will have a look at different ones because it's not the only one, and to really advocate for this change. This is required, and the discussion is required as a community risk discussion, not just by institutionalized networks. This needs to go to us on the ground, because what it does, in a way, it contests the quality of professors that already have their position, because they have followed this track. It's not that we want to devalue this track, it's just that we want to say this is not academia 2025. And this needs to adapt, contextualize, understand the reflexivity, the metrics, impact on what we publish, how we publish, and they also have an impact on what is innovative. Again, a slide that shouldn't confuse you. So there are different, QARA has been mentioned, that's why I didn't put it there, I just put it out to tell you and to see, to show you that the most of the new developments are more or less in line in what they underline. So we have DORA already in 2012, 2015, we had the metric tide, that was a really important report in the UK, all talking about contextualizing quality, also peer review judgments, the Leiden Declaration, Hong Kong Principles, Scope, and last year the Global Research Council with the 11 dimensions. They all converge around several points that are important to mention here, and what institutions internally, universities, can change in recruitment and in potentially career path assessments. Quality of research, so not just approximate quality of research by quantification. It's not the number of citations of something. People need to read your work again. They need to engage in discussions. Some disciplines are better than that, than others on that. To engage with the content side, but this needs to be actually a part here. The research needs to be contextualized. Am I working in an institute for applied social sciences? Obviously, I have a different output than in a chair on the philosophy of political thought. So the context is important to assess. Am I in an institute that champions direct engagement or not? The impact side needs to be detached from the quotations. So if I'm running a course with local public officials, this is an impact that I have. If I have done a water management research project in a certain area and I go to stakeholders, civil society, and discuss that with them and propose them ideas, this is impact. Usually in the normal assessment of academic quality, this falls through the cracks, right? And most of these different assessment formats also have a participatory element in as far as they, and you, Joanna, you mentioned that, not about us, without us, that integrate the evaluated in the evaluation process. So it's not a commission like in medieval popular times coming and assessing something and then going away and yes and no, you die or you're thrive, but indeed do it. Let the person explain, why is your CV like that? Why did you engage? Why did you do that? And the most important point with an immediate impact, and on that note I end, to show you the main takeaways of research assessment. Take open science seriously. The European Commission is pushing for that for ages. We are working on taxpayers' money. What we do needs to have a public good function. It needs to be accessible. It can't be that it's behind paywalls. A lot of publishers have understood that and engaged in different formats, but what we are paid to do needs to be public. And with that, the bibliometric dimension will anyways fade away because it's public access. And that will have a fundamental impact on how young researchers can make their voice public, heard, and become visible to the world. I end on that plea. Thank you very much, Georgia, and for your attention. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Gabi. So you have seen we had different point of view but we all went into very similar things. I think there are many keywords that we can retain from the different presentation of this afternoon. Actually, now the rector will come to say a few words. So in a few minutes, we'll have the rector coming. But I think basically we all went into a very similar direction. I think it was very important what Joanna says when she said nothing about us without us. I think that was probably the most important of the message that we got. So before we ask people whether they want to have any question, I think we'll give the word to Alessandra, our rector, who could not be here this morning and has come now. So, Professor Alessandra Petrucci, Rector of the University of Florence.
Thank you, Georgia, and I'm very, very sorry I'm here just at the end of this very interesting workshop. So I want, first of all, thank you for joining us for today, for this workshop. And I know that you discussed various national perspectives and institutional practices to explore how Europe can collectively support early career researchers. And as you know, EUNIWEL is one of the European University Alliances selected for founding by the European Commission. And I think that the aim of the workshop of today is to map existing programs and promote dialogue and discussion in order to contribute with a more integrated and strategic approach to the development of researchers, both at the European and local levels. So, through numerous tools and initiatives have been developed to support the career of early career researchers, and these resources often remain underused or little used. This means that emerging researchers struggle to address the systemic obstacles they face. This condition hinder the professional development and impact their well-being in negative matter, impacting their work-life balance and long-term career perspectives. So I am confident that this workshop has brought new ideas and fruitful strategies to strengthen our shared commitment. And so I want to thank you once again and wishing you every success in your effort, confident that the EUNIWEL missions will continue to develop and grow so that as many young people as possible can achieve their aspirations. And in particular, I want to thank Professor Giovannetti and Professor Berti for organizing, and I thank you all the speakers. Thank you very much to Professor Esposito and all the other one, and also the people that are that are connected. And thank you. Really, I appreciate your participation, and I hope that it is just the beginning. Okay, so thank you so much.
So, thank you very much, Alessandra, for joining us. I know that the life of a rector is a hectic one, so I can really understand you. Well, trying to rapidly summarize our today's discussions, I would just say that they have reinforced a fundamental insight. Building a virtuous research ecosystem requires transformational shifts in how we approach researchers' development. We must move from competition to collaboration, recognizing that the challenges facing early research careers demand collective solutions rather than institutional rivalry. We need to evolve from celebrating individual excellence to fostering collective success, understanding that sustainable research careers emerge from supportive communities and not from isolated achievements. And critically, we must transition from fragmented initiatives to integrated strategies that align policy frameworks with institutional practices across national boundaries. We have been presented today very interesting examples, demonstrating that the tools for change already exist. What we need now is the institutional courage to implement them systematically. This means concrete action at every level. For example, universities should implement the principles of the Agreement for Reforming Research Assessment. We signed, now we must implement. Universities can establish mentorship networks connecting senior and early career researchers and create bridging programs between academic and non-academic careers. European alliances like UniWell can develop shared mobility schemes with standardized support packages and build, for instance, joint doctoral programs with embedded career development. Policymakers must strengthen EU-wide portability of researchers' benefits, for instance, pensions, and increase funding accessibility for smaller institutions. I think that the conditions exist for the University of Florence and the UniWell Alliance to lead by example in translating these insights into concrete actions. This means not just adopting new policies, but fundamentally reimagining how we support researchers throughout their careers, creating environments where young scholars don't just survive the academic pipeline, but can pursue their research with genuine fulfillment and intellectual freedom as they tackle the grand challenges facing our society. The future of European research depends on whether we can transform these conversations that we have today into lasting institutional change. As Joanna was saying, the early career researchers of today will shape tomorrow's society, and they deserve institutions that match their ambition and dedication. Thank you.
Thank you, Fulvio. I think you really summarized very, very well the debate that we had this morning with all the different examples that we have had, because we had really examples and best practice from different countries, from different roles, people in different roles, they were all going in the same direction, but I think you really summarize it very well. I don't know whether there is anyone in the public that want to ask, because we didn't have any question and answer session in the round table. I know we are at the end, but maybe if there are one or two questions, we can. Deborah has a question.
Or suggestion. Comments.
Comments, yeah, question of comments. Oh, and Sarah.
Hi, everyone. I guess, first of all, I want to say thank you for the really informative presentations. I learned quite a lot about the efforts being made to help researchers who are at the early stages in the career. Two questions came to my mind. Firstly, during the presentation with the American universities, we learned that it's very rare to finish a PhD in 4 years. And here in Florence, we have funding for 3 years. And the first year is teaching, as you know. So my question is, if anything is being done to support students who maybe need an extension, maybe there's a problem with the data, or you need some permissions, like there was the question earlier. So that's the first question. And the second question relates to, I think, the presentation from about the Canadian universities. So graduates, I think there is some fast track to residence permit job program. And I'm wondering what would that look like for Italy, and if it's something even being considered. Thank you. Thanks.
Who answered?
So yeah, about the possible extension of funding, I guess that I'm asking also to other people, so this is not actually my field about that, but I guess that this is quite an exception in the Italian. I mean, you can ask for extension if you had some issues or problems, also related to delays in research, but there is no additional funding granted unless your supervisor has additional funding to pay you. So I think it's not regulated on a regular basis, so to speak. And then the second question, I think Costanza, I see she's still there.
We cannot hear. Just a second. Just a second, Costanza, we cannot hear you. Do you have to switch?
No?
off? Dai, adesso sì.
Okay. No, sorry. I just want to say that actually I'm not very expert of the Italian system. I know more about the Canadian one. So here, for sure, there is a fast track for scientists that helps a lot to attract scientists. It's a question actually that I wanted to ask to Dario, how Europe approached this problem, because you know, it can make a difference when you choose a place to stay or to go to have a PhD or to start a career. It can really make a difference if you know that you are welcome in a country. And and here, let me add that, for example, the diversity, equity, inclusion matter here is super crucial. So all projects or position are given, and they really take care of this aspect. Even in some cases, it's a little bit extreme for an Italian, but it's a crucial part of the academic life in Canada. So sorry, I cannot answer for Italy or for Europe. Maybe Dario knows something about visas acceleration for scientists in Europe.
Can I jump in?
Yes, of course.
Yes, thank you, Costanza. So, in fact, as far as the EU is concerned, when it comes to visa, let's say that there is already a directive which has been there for some years, which is the Students and Researchers Directive, which facilitates those international students and researchers willing to relocate to Europe. Certainly there are, despite the directive, there are still some obstacles. At the end of the day, it is a directive, so it is implemented in different ways in the different member states. So of course this can result in some additional burden for the interested student or researcher. What is happening now is that the Commission adopted the so-called Union of Skills communication, which aims, among other things, to facilitate the relocation of international talents, highly skilled people, not only highly skilled, in fact, to Europe. And as part of this, what was announced is a visa strategy, which will be delivered by the end of this year. And I can talk about the part on researchers, and for that part, there is currently a discussion about what to do concretely. I can say that, to my understanding, there will not be any additional legislative action, but there will be actions to support the implementation of the directive that I mentioned. So basically, if there are currently issues such as, for example, having an appointment at the consulate in the third country to get a visa, or if it is not clear what documents are to be provided, and so on. There will be something to facilitate all of this so that processes can become easier. I also have to say, and with this I will conclude, that in the context of the ERA Act that I mentioned, so this legislative act that we are expecting at the end of 2026, we will also consider eventually additional measures, if needed, to facilitate the relocation of third country researchers in Europe. And this is also very important in the context of the Choose Europe for Science initiative, which has not been mentioned. I didn't have the time to mention that as well, but of course, this is one of the things on which we are working at EU level. And of course, in that context, visas are extremely important.
Thank you very much, Dario. Yeah.
Yes, I would like to come back to the first question again. Thank you for asking. I cut it out of my presentation because it was too long. But that's a very good question. Just to remind everyone, it was the question about extensions to the contract or the PhD time. And there are two issues related to that. One is the fact that PhDs have a limited, of course, fixed-term contract. And then if something happens, for example, they get sick, they often don't get extended. And there is, as far as I know, in the countries that I know of, no unified policy indeed on how to deal with that, and it is often up to the universities. There are some notable exceptions. I think Utrecht University in the Netherlands, at least before, used to have a really nice rule that if you needed an extension, you always got it. So you didn't have to jump through several hoops. But there's also another side to this, and that is when the research regularly takes longer. Again, I don't have the Italian data. Maybe the Italian National Association of Early Career Researchers actually has it. But I do have the data for the Netherlands, where they have a hard data that for a PhD contract of 4 years, it takes, on average, around 5 years to finish a PhD. And I would like to let that sink in. Yeah, so this is basically unpaid work that people are doing at the end of their contracts for a year, which actually also goes back to equitable opportunities. Not everybody can work for a year for free, especially if they have carrying responsibilities for children, for example. I mean, we are just closing the doors of academia on these people. So thank you.
I can compliment Joanna. In Italy, maternity and also illness is paid. And the time, yes, and the time spent on disease or on maternity is added at the end. This holds true for the doctoral courses and also for the assegno di ricerca, postdoc. what the law says in Italy is that the doctoral studies can last minimum 3 years. So it can be extended, but as you know very well, the Borsa is for 3 years. I tried to insert in the last legislation on doctoral studies that if the prolongation is not the responsibility of the doctoral candidate, for instance, as you said, the data, then the Borsa should be extended. But this was not approved, unfortunately. But there are, in Italy, examples of doctoral courses lasting 4 years. It is established since the beginning, and in those cases, the Borsa is, for instance, 4 years, but the 3 years are from the ministry, and the 4th year depends on the institution. So this is the situation.
So I think we can close. Thank you for everyone, all the speakers. I think it was really interesting, and I hope you enjoyed, since we have some young, early researcher, and we had more in the morning, but they had other commitments. So thank you very much to everyone who has been here. And to the people that participated online. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for inviting me. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.